wanted to note that we had two VOP exhibit number 19, so I wanted to straighten that out. So the actual VOP exhibit number 19 will be the one that's from Miranda Nickel, Nickel, to Brian West, and that was dated October 18th, 2018. That means that VOP exhibit number 20 will now become the memo from, or the email, I guess I should say, from William Sanchez to Regina Early, sent on August 1, 2023. Did I get that correct, Yvette?
Yes.
Okay. So then we got those two cleared up, and then the union had another exhibit they wanted to enter into the record.
Yes, Mr. Arbitrator. We've identified this as Union Exhibit 18. This is comparable discipline that the union's submitting for consideration, and so we would move for admission.
Okay. Any objection?
We don't have, I just received this document this morning, and while I understand that these are records that we produce to the union, I had asked for exhibits and so that I could assess whether or not we'd have anything in response. And I just got the ones that they selected this morning. So I don't have an objection to the exhibit with the caveat that once we have the opportunity to go through this, because there's thousands more pages than this that we gave to them. And so I would like the opportunity to rebut and add to it any additional documents that we believe are relevant, comparable discipline, because I'm sure this is not all of the suspensions that have been issued.
To address that, Mr. Arbitrator, these are the ones that are relevant. We didn't include traffic crashes and things like that, or a police officer not wearing his hat and getting a written reprimand. We don't think those are relevant. The second point is, you heard testimony that the village never considered comparable discipline. So for the village to now put in comparable discipline is after acquired evidence. They never considered it. You heard from the decision maker who clearly said he never looked at any comp discipline. Chief Rossi, who should have been the decision maker from the union's perspective based on the CBA, never looked at comp discipline. So that's after acquired evidence on the village's part.
Okay.
Do you think the alleged harasser should be a decision maker? Okay.
I don't believe that the village has the unilateral authority to deviate from the express language contained not only in their policy, but in the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, well, you make a couple good points.
We'll argue that in our brief, Mr. Arbitrator.
So, yeah, that's what I was just going to say, so thank you. I would say, so I'm going to accept Union Exhibit number 18 into the record, and obviously weigh it for what it's worth. And then if you do have other exhibits that you want to put in the record, I would certainly let you present them, and I'll make a decision on whether they'll be relevant or not, or whether I'll accept them in the record.
And understand, and most of this is, well, understand what the witness testified to, but if the union is representing in this arbitration proceeding that this is the only comparable discipline there that exists, I can't agree to that.
Okay.
And that's my point.
Understood. I got both your points. So we got that one in the record. And anything else before we get to this? The union's going to present its case today, and you've already made an opening statement on the first day, so basically you can call your first witness if you're ready.
That's correct. We're ready.
Okay.
The union calls the grievant William Sanchez.
All righty.
Have a seat right over there, please.
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, can you please state your name for the record?
William Sanchez?
Mr. Sanchez, you are the grievant in this matter,
Yes, I am.
and you held a position with the Orland Park Police Department,
Yes,
and that was a position as a police officer,
correct.
and you held the rank of sergeant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. Sanchez, why did you want to become a police officer?
My father was a police officer. Come from a family of public servants, teachers, military. It was a sense of calling, if you will, duty to serve community, country.
What was your first position in law enforcement?
Well, I'd go back to when I was a state police explorer. Worked at, or volunteered, if you will, as a state police explorer. And then after that, I was a desk clerk in Blue Island.
Okay. And what did you do as a desk clerk in Blue Island?
On my weekends, I would work the front desk on the midnight shift, Friday nights, Saturday nights, and Sundays.
And did you, how long did you work in that position?
From age 15 to 16 and a half, 17.
And what was your next law enforcement position?
I was a full-time community service officer in Mount Prospect Police Department.
And how long did you serve with them as a community service officer?
3 years, nearly to the date.
And what is this community service officer?
Support staff, civilian support, non-sworn staff for the police officers. There's a lot of clerical work.
Mr. Sanchez, if you know the answer, how old do you have to be sworn in as a police officer?
21, sir.
21? Is that a state law, or is that across the nation, or do you know?
Texas, I think it's a little younger, but most departments it's 21, some are 23.
Okay, thank you.
And you were a community service officer with Mount Prospect, and then what did you do next?
I was going to school at the time, full-time, and then I was also working part-time on the weekends at the Rosemount Police Department as an auxiliary public safety officer.
And after that, what did you do?
I turned 21, started taking police tests. First test I took was Sugar Grove Police Department. Got hired, went to the police academy.
And how long, when did you start at Sugar Grove as a patrol officer?
Yes,
Okay. And how long were you at Sugar Grove?
just under 2 years.
You were at the police academy. You heard testimony that Chief Rossi, was he in your class at the police academy?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And so you knew him then when you went to the academy?
Correct.
And what year did you go to the academy?
2003.
Okay. And you served, you said you testified that you served a period of time in Sugar Grove as a patrol officer. How long were you there for?
Just under 2 years.
Okay. And where'd you go to next?
Here at Mount Prospect Police Department.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Orland Park Police Department.
Can I ask one more question? When you go to the police academy, I've never got this straight in my head, so I want to get, is that like a one-year program, or is it several months, or do you go every other week, or how does that work?
It was a full-time Monday through Friday. At the time, I believe it was 18 weeks.
8 weeks, okay.
18.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the arbitrator brought a good point. How would you describe the training at the police academy? Is it?
Similar to boot camp, it's probably what people better know. It's academic, physical.
And so you were at Sugar Grove. Where'd you go to next?
Here at Orland Park Police Department.
Okay. And what was your hire date, if you recall, at Orland Park?
September 13th, 2004.
And what position did you start as?
I was a patrol officer.
And we saw some testimony earlier about the patrol division. Is that the division you were in?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe your duties and responsibilities in the patrol division?
Street patrol, calls for service, traffic enforcement, community policing.
Okay. And you served in the patrol capacity for how long?
From 2004 to 2011 as a street patrol officer.
Okay. What happened in 2011?
I moved to the traffic safety unit as a traffic safety officer.
And we've heard a lot of testimony also about the traffic safety unit. What exactly is the traffic safety unit?
It's a specialized unit within the patrol division. Its primary focus is anything traffic related. So traffic crashes, traffic enforcement, major crashes. It relieves the patrol officers of the time and the necessary expertise, I guess we'll call it, of dealing with traffic related matters that are sometimes more technical, truck enforcement, overweight enforcement.
And is that an important unit within here at Orland Park?
Yes, I believe it is.
And why is that?
The village, it's very community oriented, community policing oriented. I can tell you, going back to when I started here, the majority of calls for service from the patrol officers is a lot of traffic enforcement. It's residents complaining about speeding, stop sign violations, and we respond to those as quickly and as efficiently as we can. That would be hindered if there wasn't a dedicated traffic unit for the size of this town and the population, daytime population of, drawn in by the retail area. So to answer your question, finally, it's very important to this community.
Is there anything unique about the traffic here in Orland Park that you feel is unique?
It's very busy, specifically around holidays, Christmas time. You go out on LaGrange Road any time of the day, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, is part of your duties within a traffic safety unit, do you respond to accidents and crashes?
We respond to major crashes and accidents if they're in the area. Most of our time it's traffic enforcement. We don't really take minor crashes just because there's so many of them, but we will step up and take them when needed.
Question, because I do some work with firefighters too. So if you go to a crash and there's a fire involved, how do the police and the fire coordinate who does what?
Fire department takes control of the scene until they turn it over to us because the fire's, going to be the primary concern at that time. And then when the firemen are done doing their thing, then we'll move in.
But if there has to be like an extraction of a person from the vehicle, does the fire do that or the police?
First on scene.
First on scene? Okay, thank you.
Is there any type of specialty, as part of being part of the traffic safety unit, is there any specialty training that you've done?
Yes, there is.
Okay. And what is that?
I'm a traffic crash reconstructionist, drone operator, specializing in reconstruction using drone and photogrammetry.
And so when you went into the traffic safety unit, you went in as a patrol officer, correct?
Yes.
And typically, how many patrol officers are within that unit?
There's allocated for 4. It's fluctuated between 3 and 4.
And what is their typical shift or hours worked?
It's going to be 6 to 2, 8 to 4, 7 to 3, 10 to 6, 9 to 5.
So it's a rotation?
Yes, it's rotation.
At some point, you left the traffic safety unit, and or did you leave the traffic safety unit at some point? Your first stint with the traffic safety unit?
Yes.
Okay. And when did you leave the traffic safety unit?
When I was promoted to sergeant, I went back to the patrol division as a patrol sergeant.
Okay. And when was that?
April of 2021.
Okay. And first of all, just going back to the traffic safety unit and your specialty training as an accident reconstructionist, can you describe what that training entails?
It's technical training, significant amount of schooling involved with it. To simplify the answer for everybody, it's, as the arbitrator earlier stated, it's reverse engineering. We start from the end of the crash, kind of hit the rewind, if going back to a VCR analogy, you rewind it and try to find cause and effect and solution to avoid it in the future.
Is that an on-site training, or do you go somewhere for that training?
It's away. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's outside of the village. It's at Northwestern University Center for Public Safety.
And how long is it? A 1 week, 2 week course?
It was 3 months.
Okay. We were talking about you going back to patrol in April of 2021, and it was your testimony that you went back there because you were promoted to sergeant, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as a sergeant in patrol, were you responsible for a shift or officers under? Did you supervise officers?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how long were you in patrol for?
2021, April 2021 to August of 2020. Excuse me, August of 2022.
Okay. Where did you go to next?
I went back to the traffic safety unit as a supervisor.
So in August of 2021, you went back to the traffic safety unit to be the supervisor of the traffic safety unit.
August of 2022.
I'm sorry, August of 2022. You went back to be the supervisor of the traffic safety unit, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just going to object to counsel's questioning to the extent that it is leading. I want to get through the background, but to the extent he gets to the heart of the matter, his questions have been leading up till this point.
I disagree. I don't think they've been leading at all. But I'll make an effort to ask open-ended questions. I want to talk a little bit about 2019. Did you file a complaint with Chief McCarthy?
Yes, I did.
And what was that complaint about?
The initial complaint was regarding FTO scheduling, some OIC, which is officer in charge. Well, let me back up. FTO is field training officer. It's a specialty assignment. OIC, which is an officer in charge assignment within the unit. That was a concern of mine. And then I also wanted to discuss evidence technician assignment.
And well, let's talk first of all about the field training complaint that you had. What was your complaint about?
The primary complaint was that, simply said, it was not offered in line with the policy and the general orders to the wider department. It was just handed to one individual officer.
And who did you bring this complaint to?
Initially, it was then Patrol Division Commander Brian West.
And what did he say to you when you brought this complaint to him?
We had a brief conversation regarding it, and at the end of the conversation, he said, "I'm the commander, it's my decision. If you don't like it, then go to the chief."
And did you go to the chief?
I sent the chief a request for an email requesting a meeting. Yes,
And did you meet with the chief?
yes, I did.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
The FTO, the field,
And hearsay with respect to comments by, objection hearsay with respect to comments by the chief, which I think we're talking about McCarthy, right?
Yeah, but I just asked him what he discussed.
I discussed those three primary issues of field training officer, evidence tech, OIC, and then evidence technician.
Did you advise him that your concern regarding that the FTO position hadn't been opened up to other qualified officers?
Yes, that was the primary concern I had, that it wasn't advertised in line with the policy and the collective bargaining agreement.
And after that meeting, was there any agreement as to whether Chief McCarthy was going to look into your concern about the FTO and the other concerns that you had?
Yes, he had met with me. I explained the concerns. He told me he will get back to me. He's going to look into it, and he'll call me back in when he finds out, gets to the bottom of it.
Okay. Did he call you back?
Yes, he did.
And did you have another meeting with him?
Yes, I did.
And what happened at that meeting?
Chief McCarthy had told me he looked into it. He did find it was misallocation of resources for the field training officer position. It was done in error, and that the training can be rescinded and canceled.
Okay. Did you have any role, or strike that? Did you tell the chief that it was not necessary for an FTO position, or did he come on with that on his own?
No, that was his statement to me. I didn't tell the chief what to do with it.
Anything else happen at that meeting?
He discussed the evidence technician concern. I brought him a concern about evidence technicians. I recommended, because of our traffic crash reconstruction and handling of evidence, it would be a good idea to have the 4 traffic officers then attend evidence technician school. He said, although it's a good idea, it's too expensive essentially, so that's not going to be necessary. He doesn't see a need for evidence technicians when we're not going to be used all the time. And then he had also said the OIC position was an officer in charge position, that he saw no concerns with that because it wasn't within a policy or a paid position.
So just so I get this right, this 2019 complaint we're talking about here occurred while you were in the traffic safety unit as a patrol officer?
Yes, sir. I was also the union patrol union representative, also on the board as a treasurer.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Arbitrator.
Sure.
With regards to scheduling, did you bring any issues that you had with regards to scheduling to Chief McCarthy?
At our second meeting, at the completion of it, Chief McCarthy had asked me if there are any other concerns I have. At that point, I found an opportunity to tell the Chief McCarthy, well, Chief, I do have one more concern regarding scheduling, if I can talk to you about that. He was attentive, he listened. I explained to him my concern. He said he would look into that also, and he would get back to me.
And what exactly was your concern?
So I had at one point requested the later shifts, the afternoon shifts, the 3 to 11 or 2 to 10 shifts, for family concerns at the time to my prior supervisors. And family dynamics had changed at home. Things got different at home. And I then went to then Patrol Division Commander West. I said, I called him Brian, we just went by first name. So I said, Brian, I can't do these later shifts anymore. Can you put me back on a normal rotation? That would be the 9 to 5, 10 to 6. And they were met with resistance, meaning I just kept getting assigned the late shifts.
And so it is true, at some point you did request the afternoon shifts though, correct?
Yes, at one point I did, that's correct.
Then your family dynamics changed, I think is what you said, and then you requested to be on a regular rotation?
Correct, yes.
And after you made this complaint to Chief McCarthy, what happened? First of all, did you ever see any documents after your 2019 complaint to Chief McCarthy? Did you see any documents or conclusions that Chief McCarthy made with regards to, or determinations he made with regards to your scheduling complaint?
Objection leading.
I don't think there was leading, just
No,
asked
not
him
at
if he
all.
saw any documents with regard to scheduling, basically what happened.
No, I didn't see any documents.
In fact, when was the first time you saw documents relating to that 2019 investigation by Chief McCarthy?
The village's discovery when it was turned over to the union.
Had Chief McCarthy in his ever discussed with you that you had been dishonest in your participation in your complaints to him?
No, never.
Has he ever stated that you were a liar?
No, never.
Did he ever tell you that, did you know after, well, first of all, let me back up. What happened after you made that complaint in terms of your request for schedule, to be put on a regular rotation?
I was put on a regular rotation after that.
So you got what you want?
Yes.
Okay.
So regular rotation is what hours?
9 to 5, 10 to 6 was most of my rotations, or 8 to 4.
Okay. What do you call, and those, so that's called the regular rotation. What did you call those later ones? Just a later rotation?
Correct. We call them afternoon shifts, which are 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. or 2 p.m. till 10 p.m.
Thank you.
You're
That's what I needed.
After that conclusion, after you got put on a regular rotation, were you ever disciplined by Chief McCarthy for your participation in your complaint to him?
No, I never was.
Were you ever put on a Brady list?
No, never.
Had you, after the conclusion of his investigation, had you ever been told that then Commander West wanted you disciplined?
No, never.
I want to talk to you about, at some point you were a sergeant in patrol, and then you were made the supervisor of the traffic safety unit, correct?
Yes.
And again, that was in August of 2022. Okay. And can you describe the circumstances of your being made the traffic safety unit supervisor?
Yes. I was on vacation in July. I was actually just leaving Deep River Water Park in Indiana with my son. I had left my phone in the car. I came to my car, saw I had a missed cell phone call from Chief Rossi. I had called him back while I was still in the parking lot. He answered right away. He'd said, hang on a second, let me go get Brian. Moments later, he put it on speakerphone. He said, hey, Bill, I got Brian in the office with me on speakerphone. Deputy Chief West said, hi, hey, Billy, how you doing? I said, fine. Chief said, did you know Phil was retiring? And I initially thought he was upset that Phil Glacier, the current traffic lieutenant, was retiring. I was a pension board president at the time, so I had known Lieutenant Glacier was going to retire several weeks before he announced it. However, he had asked me not to disclose it to anybody. He wanted to be the one to tell people. So when the chief had asked me, did I know that, I got a little nervous, thought he was upset that I didn't tell him. I said, yeah, sorry, Eric. I called him Eric. Sorry, Eric. I knew that Phil didn't want me to tell anybody. He said, oh, no, I don't care about that. That's not why I'm calling. I said, oh, okay. And he said, we want to put you in traffic safety. Are you good with that? And I immediately said, yes, thank you. He said, okay, you're going to go in as a sergeant, train with Phil. When he retires, you'll be promoted to lieutenant. And I said, okay, thank you.
Could you tell the arbitrator Phil's last name?
Yes, sir. Glacier, Gleicier.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I said, thank you. He then said, you want to check with your wife? I said, I will, but I don't think she'll have a problem with it. And that was the end of the conversation.
And so you started as a traffic safety unit supervisor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And prior to you, what had happened with sergeants that went into traffic safety unit?
With the exception of Lieutenant Hottinger, all the traffic supervisors would be assigned in that position as a sergeant and then be promoted to the rank of lieutenant. I said it with the exception of Hottinger because he went in as a lieutenant.
Yeah. You had heard testimony with regards to Lieutenant Ford being made a lieutenant. Were you ever a party to or any conversations or conferences regarding the circumstances of Lieutenant Ford being promoted to lieutenant?
No, I wasn't.
When he was promoted lieutenant, what was his position in the traffic safety unit?
He was a traffic safety supervisor?
And why do you say, was he your supervisor?
Yes, he was.
So even after he was promoted lieutenant, you were still reporting to him
Yes, I was.
in the traffic safety unit?
Yes.
And you were never promoted to lieutenant, despite your conversation you had with the chief, correct?
That's correct.
I want to talk a little about these commander staff meetings. What are they?
There are meetings that are held on Mondays and Fridays, Monday mornings and Friday afternoons. They consist of a training, development, review, lieutenant, also simply said internal affairs lieutenant. And then the other attendees are 3 commanders, the chief and deputy chief.
As part of your duties as the traffic safety unit supervisor, did you attend these meetings?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any benefit to these meetings?
I did.
Why is that?
It was an educational experience, learning experience, growth experience, mentorship.
At some point, well, first of all, why would you in the traffic safety unit, as a traffic safety unit supervisor, be going to these meetings?
It's been a historical assignment for the traffic safety unit
Objection,
supervisor.
okay, objection, speculation.
I think he's testifying as to, it's not speculation, he's testifying as to his knowledge. He's not speculating.
Thank you. It's a historical assignment for the current traffic safety unit supervisor to serve as the acting patrol division commander in the absence of the actual patrol division commander. Back in August, when I was assigned to traffic safety, Deputy Chief West had called me and Patrol Division Commander Wayne Lee into a meeting in Commander Lee's office. He had said, now that you're in traffic safety, you're gonna have to coordinate your time off with Commander Lee. One of you has to be here all the time to be the division commander and figure out your time off together because one of you always have to be here.
And that was a meeting with Deputy Chief West.
Yes.
At some point, were you told you were no longer needed at these meetings?
I was.
And when did that happen?
That was in January of 2023, the first week that then Deputy Chief West was made the acting chief of police while Chief Rossi was at the FBI National Academy.
Did Deputy Chief West tell you you were no longer at the, no longer needed at those meetings?
He did not directly tell me, it was told me by Commander Lee.
And when you were told by Commander Lee that you were no longer at that meetings, how did that make you feel?
Unique. I was confused. I didn't understand. I'd actually asked Commander Lee to elaborate why. It didn't make sense to me. It was sudden. It was abrupt. I asked him directly, did I do something wrong? Did I mess something up? Let me know. He said, no, it's not. You didn't do anything wrong. He said, Brian, Deputy Chief West just said that you're not allowed in meetings anymore and you're not allowed to be the acting patrol division commander anymore. Commander Lee had been scheduled or was leaving for his own training for staff and command school, which was away. It was not here. He was going to be out of the PD. He added that he was actually told that he'll have to do his commander duties while in class and on his days off.
And did he tell you who told him that?
Yes.
Who?
He had said then acting chief of police, Brian West.
But when you spoke to Commander Wayne Lee, did he offer a reason with regards to lieutenants or something of that nature?
I again pressed him because I was confused, curious, shocked, and he uncomfortably said it's maybe because you're not a lieutenant. I did press him further because that didn't make sense to me because I had been doing the duties as a sergeant since I became a traffic safety unit supervisor. And then he said, well, maybe other reasons too. And he wouldn't tell me what those other reasons were.
We heard testimony that you only attended one of these meetings. Is that accurate?
That's not possible.
And why isn't it?
If I only attended one meeting, that means I would have had to miss a Monday or a Friday meeting. And I was there, so I know how many, it was more than one, it was more than two.
Okay. Did anyone tell you that the reason why you were not needed at those meetings because of your showing a fake GoFundMe page?
No,
When was the first time you learned of that?
not for this investigation. It's the first time I heard about it.
Did you create that GoFundMe page?
I didn't, no.
Did anybody tell you, discuss with you that was inappropriate to you? That was inappropriate for you to do that?
No, I never heard that before.
I want to talk about your, did you have a position with the supervisors union?
Yes, I did.
And can you describe what position you had?
I was a union president for the sergeants, lieutenants, commanders, and deputy chief.
And when did you become union president?
November of 2021.
Now, what's the name of the union that you're a president of?
The Orland Park Police Supervisors Association.
And is there we've also heard the Metropolitan Alliance of Police. Is there a relationship between the two?
They're the headquarters that we report to and are represented by.
Okay. Do they provide you guidance and assistance?
Correct. For contracts, legal advice, legal matters.
Okay.
How big was the bargaining unit?
Of my chapter, sir? It's
Yeah.
20-something members.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In your capacity as the union president, were the members of your union, was there any discussion with regards to a vote of no confidence?
There was.
Okay. And when was that discussion?
It began about April of 2023.
And can you talk a little bit about what the issues were, who brought it to you?
Yeah,
Go ahead.
it was mostly the afternoon and day shift supervisors of sergeants and lieutenants. They would come to me with their concerns about statements, treatment from Deputy Chief Brian West.
Okay. And when you had these discussions, what did they want to do?
They just wanted to stop initially. I would then go and meet with Chief Rossi with these concerns. Well, let me back up. I had been meeting with Chief Rossi since he became chief back in May of 2022. May of 2022, I believe it was. Mostly concerning Deputy Chief West and his treatments to the staff as a patrol division commander and then as a deputy chief. It would be sporadic meetings with Chief Rossi about that, but it really seemed to ramp up back in April of 2023, where it became daily, nights, weekends, I'd be getting calls.
Did you bring up the vote of no confidence?
No, I didn't.
Was it other supervisors that did it?
It was.
Okay. When the vote of no confidence was discussed, was there a determination as to the feasibility of it?
There was.
Okay. And what was that determination?
I had heard from, I would estimate about half of the supervisors, sergeants, lieutenants. I would listen to their complaints. I then contacted MAP headquarters, spoke to our legal counsel about the concerns, gave him the information I was given, and after a discussion with the council, it was determined that it was not doable for a myriad of reasons. I then went back to those individuals and explained to them what I just said. I talked to MAP headquarters, and it's not possible. It's a done issue.
At some point, did you have a discussion with Tina Netzel?
Yes.
And is that somebody you work with?
She was a traffic unit secretary while I was in the unit, and then she became the chief secretary, and she would stop back occasionally just to say hello.
And do you recall a conversation you had with her regarding the vote of no confidence?
Yes.
Okay. What happened in that conversation?
I was in my office. She had come back to drop off some paperwork from Village Hall for me, unrelated matter. Normal conversation we'd have. How's everything going? How's everything going with you? Friendly conversation. Talked about some family stuff, grandkids, her grandkids, my kids. Catched up, and she had then brought up that she'd heard about a vote of no confidence and seemed concerned about it.
So she had already known about the vote of no confidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you tell her?
I was a little caught off guard by her knowing of it already, because I believe the conversation said just began back in April. And I just remember saying it was possible. We looked into it, or looking into it. That our fear as a union was that the chief would get wrapped up into it and kind of cut the conversation short.
Okay. At some point, did you have a meeting with the chief with regard to the vote of no confidence?
I did.
Tell us a little bit about that.
That was May 3rd, 2023. I had gotten to work early. As I was pulling in the employee parking lot area, I'd seen Chief Rossi getting out of his car. He saw me. He kind of stopped. I could tell he wanted to talk, so I pulled up next to him, or where he was standing, rolled up my window. Good morning, good morning. He then asked me bluntly, he goes, "Are you planning a vote of no confidence against me and Brian, or a complaint?"
Why did he talk to you about that vote of no confidence?
Any union matters, we would just come to each other directly. Either he would come to me or I come to him for any matters internally. We always address matters inside between each other. It was a very open and blunt line of communication between him and I. In fact, we had always had that understanding, spoken understanding, that we would have blunt, honest conversations with each other at a, as he would say, and I would say, an Ericanville level.
And what was the purpose of having these conversations?
To handle matters, I would say, quickly and efficiently.
When you say matters, are you referring to union administration matters?
Any matters, yeah, correct. Union matters, unfortunately, a lot of Deputy Chief West matters.
And so did he come to your capacity as a union president?
Yes.
So you said he came to you on May 3rd and you had a conversation with him. He had heard about the vote of no confidence. What happened? What other things were discussed?
He said that he heard about it last week, so it was Friday, Friday. He hadn't slept the whole weekend, and he doesn't need this. Village Hall thinks we walk on water. I said, let me back up. He asked if it was true. I said, it is true, Eric. It's not rumors, it's true. It was discussed. I did tell him that I talked to MAP headquarters. I had told him that it was vetted with MAP headquarters and it was not doable and it was done issue. There is no vote of no confidence or complaint. He had asked me who were the supervisors, and I had said I was anticipating this question and I had gotten all their permissions to use their names, knowing this conversation would be had at some point.
Okay.
And I provided him the names of the people who were discussing it with me. And he then said, I don't need this. I haven't slept all weekend. Village Hall thinks we walk on water. And then he said, let's work together, not against each other. I told him I agree. And he then said, have all your people. When he said, that was usually the thing, is all my people. Have all your people. He meant by that the union members. Have all your people come see me directly with their complaints about Deputy Chief West. He's only got 15 months to go. I'll control him. I'll keep him in line. Let's work together on this.
And that was on May 3rd, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have another meeting with him?
I did.
And what was that meeting in regards to?
That was the next morning on May 4th in my office.
And what was discussed in that meeting?
He'd come back he would occasionally just come back randomly just to talk. This time he came back and closed the door right away, sat down in a chair next to my desk. We had the same conversation we had yesterday. In fact, I said, Eric, we just talked about this yesterday. And he said, yeah, but it's stressing him out, he's worried about it. He doesn't need this. Again, said, they think we walk on water. I want to keep it that way. I'll keep him in line. I'll keep him away from people. Brian can't handle stress. He would then said, just remember, Brian West can sue also. Brian can file his own harassment complaint if it's not ironclad. If your people's complaints aren't ironclad, he can sue you also.
Okay. And did other people speak to Chief Rossi about their complaints with Deputy Chief West?
Yes. As he said on May 3rd and May 4th, he said, have your people come talk to me. I then did tell the members full disclosure conversation, as I just said it now, told them everything. We had very, very full disclosed conversations in the union. That was one of our policies amongst the board members and the members. It's full disclosure all the time is what we would say. No secrets here.
And how did that make you feel that the chief was willing to talk to these people about their complaints?
On a selfish level, relieved, because my job was made easier by not having to go through the whole process of, going to MAP headquarters, and it was a relief that the chief was being receptive to it, and he wanted to, I believed, get past the problem, as he said, and I agreed, work together, not against each other. It was a good feeling.
At some point, these complaints, these issues that were with regarding Deputy Chief West were regarding his treatment with other supervisors, correct?
That was a primary.
At some point, Deputy Chief, you had heard some things that Deputy Chief West associated with you. Isn't that correct?
I did, yes.
What did you hear?
So I had previously heard from Lieutenant Stetner that Deputy Chief, then Patrol Division Commander West, was warning him to not trust me, referred to me as a snake, rat, told him that I filed 2 EEOC complaints against him in 2019, was guiding him to not trust me as a new supervisor. Lieutenant Stetner was my direct supervisor upon being moved to the patrol division. I had ignored them at the time because I believed it was isolated to just Lieutenant Stetner. I let it go, I brushed it off and just continued about my business.
And then what happened? What happened next?
Around after May 10th, and I say after that because it was after a staff meeting that I remember. After May 10th, Lieutenant Boblak had come to me and said, so you know, Brian has been calling you a snake, telling us not to trust you, said you filed EEOC complaints against him, and he's been saying it to my wife also.
Did he tell you where he said it?
Lieutenant Boblak said it was told him at work, and then specifically when they were out socially with the families, Deputy Chief West would tell Lieutenant Boblak and his wife these statements.
And I think you may have said this already, but you had heard this previously from Lieutenant Stetner, that Deputy Chief West had made these comments about you. Why didn't you do anything then?
The fear of retaliation has always been something that's front of mind for a lot of people here. I just let it go. It was easier just to ignore it and just be passive about it.
Well, did you, when Boblak said it, did you complain about it?
At that point I did.
And why?
But there was a well-known social group with Lieutenant Boblak, Commander West, and other officers and supervisors. They would go out often, and in my mind, the belief was if he's saying this to Lieutenant Stetner 3 years ago, and now he's saying it to Lieutenant Boblak and his wife when they're out at a restaurant or bar, in my mind, he's saying it to other people too. And that didn't sit well with me. At that point, I had to say something about it.
And when you say you said something about it, what'd you do?
It was May 19th, 2023. I'd sent Chief Rossi a text message. I said, when you get, can I talk to you about something today, or do you have time today to talk to me? He responded concerning. I didn't want to get into it in a text message, so I just simply replied, we just said personal matter, very brief. I then got a phone call from his office to my office. He said, good morning. I said, good morning. Brief conversation. He said, come see me with my concerns. So I walked up to his office and had a meeting with him.
And what happened in that meeting on May 19th?
It went poorly. It was met with anger. He was not receptive to my discussions with him. I began telling him about my concerns. I attempted to go through the history of the concerns I had, explained to him I felt at this point it's become discriminatory, possibly. That's how I felt. He then said, I'm done with this bickering between two grown men. Get your union involved, get your attorneys involved. I'll do an IR, go to HR, Human Resources. IR is an internal investigation. I'll do an IR, go to HR. I'm done with this, put it on paper.
How did that make you feel?
Unique. Different than, so I use that word often because I had known, as a union president, all the members would come back to me and report about their meetings with the chief, which all seemed positive, from May 3rd to essentially May 19th, I guess.
All the other supervisors' meetings with the chief?
Yes, concerning their concerns and complaints about the treatment within the agency. And all their reports back to me they were good meetings. He was receptive. He listened. It was positive. He asked me for advice. He asked me for opinions. He said he would consider our opinions and advice. Some of the supervisors would tell me they were in there for 90+ minutes with him. So
Were these concerns about Deputy Chief West that they had?
Objection, speculation, and hearsay?
Do you know what their meetings were about with the chief?
They were in response to the chief's directive to have all your people come see me with their complaints about Brian, so about Deputy Chief West.
So, just to clarify, this meeting you're talking about now was May 19th, when you met with Chief Rossi?
Yes, the first meeting I had about my own concerns and complaints was the May 19th, 2023 meeting.
And when you were just talking about the other supervisors, I guess I'd call them people in your bargaining unit that went to talk to the chief, that would be between, I think you testified on May 3rd that the chief told you that union people could go see him directly. So was that between May 3rd and May 19th?
Correct. Those are the best date ranges. They began on May 3rd, for sure, the meetings. They were sporadic meetings, so I wasn't 100% sure the exact dates everybody went in and spoke with him, but that's the best time range I can offer is May 3rd to May 19th.
I've got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
It was soon after you had told your members that Chief Rossi wanted to talk to them, or have them come to you, have them come to him, correct?
Correct. It was nearly immediately.
What happened next after you had this meeting with Chief Rossi?
It was the initial morning meeting was, again, as I said, very brief. Didn't go well. It ended with him being angry, me being angry. I left his office. I put my workload for the day on the side and got out of the station. Went on patrol for a little while, and just drove around. Felt bad about it. Felt that it was a Friday. I didn't want to go into the weekend with this overhang, this poor feeling, probably on both ends. I don't like leaving meetings like that. This is actually the first time a meeting has gone that bad between him and I since he became chief. I'd sent him a text message, and short time later, I was called up to his office.
What was the purpose of the text message?
I wanted to get past this issue. I didn't want it to be an overhang for the weekend. I didn't want it to become a bigger issue than it needed to be. I believe the text said, I want to hit the reset button with Brian, meaning just bury the hatchet, if you will. I was looking to have a discussion with Brian, Deputy Chief West, and maybe Chief Rossi, just to settle this once and for all, area issues, get this off our agenda for the future. I just wanted to be done with.
And what happened next?
At 3 p.m., I received a phone call from Tina Netzel, who is secretary, to my desk. She said the chief would like to see you now. That was a very odd phone call. I say it was odd because I've never received a phone call from Tina Netzel or anybody other than the chief when he wants to see me. I would either get a text message or a direct phone call for him, hey, come see me or I'm coming back to your office. So that immediately raised suspicion, fear for me.
And did you go to his office?
I did.
And what happened when you went to his office?
I walked up to the administration area. Tina said the chief is ready to see you. It was an odd statement. I walked into his office. He said, close the door. I closed the door. I walked up to his desk, had a seat. As soon as I sat down, he stood up and handed me a memorandum. I stood up, started reading it. I had told him I believed it was false. I don't think anything in this memo is true.
And why didn't you think it was true?
There was the memo said that he had told me on May 4th to stop talking about this or file complaints. And then there's a last sentence that really stuck out where it said, counseling me on not spreading rumors in the department that they're not conducive to a healthy work environment. And none of that made sense to me because none of that happened.
And let me just draw your attention to if you can go to in the big book, Bait stamp 646.
You need a little room here. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what was it? 646 on the bottom right-hand corner.
Okay, I'm there.
Yes. Are you there?
I am.
And again, you had said the last sentence was something that especially bothered you.
Yes.
Spreading rumors and gossip about others is not conducive to a healthy work environment. You weren't spreading rumors, correct?
There were no rumors to be spread. All the information I had provided to the chief was true. None of it was a rumor. He was aware of this since May 3rd that it's all true.
After receiving this, how did you feel?
Again, unique, terrible. None of it made sense to me. None of this. I had done precisely and exactly what the chief had asked since he became a chief. Came to him directly, honestly, openly, bluntly, as we had agreed upon, with concerns, with matters. The first time I went to him was May 19th with my own concern. Every prior supervisor, staff member that met with him, were given an unrestricted time with him.
And those other staff members, supervisors, well, what's their race?
They're Caucasian.
No, I'm going to withdraw that. I withdraw that.
Caucasian.
And when you received this memorandum from the chief, do you believe this is a counseling memorandum?
That's how I took it, yes.
Okay. Had you received a counseling have you ever received a counseling memorandum?
No, I haven't.
Why do you think it is a counseling memorandum?
I'm familiar with the general order outlining the matrix for a counseling memorandum and the manner in which this was served from start to finish is in line with that general order.
And what makes it in line with the general order?
Everything from the summoning to the office, the closed door meeting in private, the redirection and the direction I was given to correct a perceived violation.
And per your understanding of the general orders, do counseling memorandums typically, where do they typically go per the general order?
Objection, speculation.
Well, do you,
Objection foundation.
okay, I can supply the foundation. Are you familiar with the general order regarding counseling memorandums?
I am.
And the counseling memorandums, where do they typically go?
Objection foundation.
He's familiar with the general order regarding.
Know what he has no personal knowledge with respect to maintenance of any personnel files or any of the records. You haven't established any foundation for that line of questioning.
You can ask him that.
Is there a general order dealing with counseling memorandums?
There is a specific general order contained within the disciplinary section of our general orders for counseling memorandums.
And are you familiar with that general order?
I am.
And does that general order discuss where counseling memorandums go?
It does.
Where do they say it goes?
The general order says they're to be placed in the employee's personnel file.
So if the chief followed the general orders, a counseling memorandum would go into your personnel file, correct?
That's correct.
And you had every reason to believe that the chief would be following the general orders?
Yes, I do.
Did he ever tell you that this was not a counseling memorandum?
No, there were very few words spoken after he handed this to me.
What did you do, and also with regards to this memo, this May 19th memo by the chief, does he give you any, is there anything in there that he tells you where to make any further complaints?
If I can read for a minute here.
Sure.
Refresh.
Needs to refresh your memory.
Okay.
Does he tell you where to make complaints or what to do with complaints?
It does say if I have a complaint to put it in writing and it will be investigated.
Okay. Did you do that?
I did.
When did you do that?
May 23rd is when I submitted the complaint.
And when you say you submitted a complaint on May 23rd, I want to have you look at, in that big book, starting with page stamp 609.
What was the number again?
609 in the big book.
Okay, I'm on that page.
Okay. Is this the complaint that you submitted per the chief's order?
Yes, it is.
And this is a document you drafted?
Yes.
And was this, it says Regina at the top. Was that the recipient of this document?
Correct.
Who is Regina?
She's the Human Resources Director.
And why did you give the document to her?
Per the chief's order, it was to go to the union, my attorneys, and HR.
And does this document, does it describe what you believe was discriminatory behavior?
But I believe, yes.
And is you allege what type of discrimination?
Racial, national origin.
Do you also describe any behavior with regards to your union activity?
Yes.
Why did you think you were being discriminated?
This, again, it's building a picture from my experience here. Going back to when we start with the traffic safety unit, I was told you'll go in as a sergeant, you're promoted to lieutenant. I was also, then told you have to do more work than everybody else. I want a working supervisor, meaning I want you to do more work than everybody else. So essentially, more work at a lower rate of pay, lower rank. That coupled with the leading up to this statements being made to me by the chief and the long-standing statements being made against me by the deputy chief, the isolation or the removal of my duties and historical duties for that unit from staff meetings, from acting patrol division commander duties. There's just a collective mistreatment that I was feeling sustained that seemed to be getting worse as time went on.
What was the purpose of you submitting this memo? What did you want to happen?
As I stated to Mr. Lee in my initial interview, I just wanted to stop the mistreatment. I wanted to get past it and just receive the same fair and equal treatment that everybody else here was receiving. Everything from, if you have a complaint, I was hoping to get the same amount of attention and reception as everybody else did. And going back to that May 19th meeting, I was given minutes and I was met with hostility and anger and being shut down when everybody else, you can have as much time as you want here. I'll hear you out and I'll take your advice, is what I was being told from those members.
Did you want your concerns to be investigated?
I did want them to be investigated, yes.
You wanted them to be looked into?
I did.
Do you believe that the complaint you made to Regina Early was made in good faith?
It was made in good faith, yes.
Based on the information you had at the time, correct?
Correct.
You also submitted, subsequent to this complaint, you also submitted a complaint to, an official complaint to the Illinois Department of Human Rights, correct?
Correct.
Prior to, let me strike that, let's go back to the Regina complaint here. When you, prior to submitting this complaint, did you discuss this complaint with anybody?
Yes, I did.
Who did you discuss it with?
Attorney Keith Carlson.
And same thing with the IDHR complaint, and there was also another complaint filed with the EEOC.
Correct.
Did you make those complaints in good faith?
I did.
At some point, was your request for an investigation, was that honored?
It was.
Okay. As part of that investigation, did you sit in an interview with a Jimmy Lee?
I did.
And who was present during that interview?
It was Mr. Jimmy Lee from Tin Shield or Gold Badge
Okay.
Detective Agency.
He's not an employee of Orland
No.
Park, is he?
No.
So he was an investigator that was from another agency?
Correct.
Okay. Who else was present for that?
Ms. Heinzelman was present as an investigator.
Objections. Well, never mind, withdrawn.
Myself, and then Attorney Carlson.
Okay. And with regards to the interview, where was it at?
This was in the chief's conference room, in a glass room, right next to his office.
And when you walked in, so this was a conference room next to the person that you were accusing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you went to that interview, was anybody else present as you walked in?
Yes.
Who was that?
So Mr. Carlson, my attorney, and I walked in to the chief's waiting and opening there, like a pass-through. Standing at the table, staring at the door we walked in, was Deputy Chief West with his hands on the table, staring at us.
How did that make you feel?
Oh, well, I said to Mr. Carlson, I said something to the effect of, holy whatever, he's standing right there staring at us. And Mr. Carlson said, just ignore it, keep walking, just walk in. It made me feel terrible. It made me intimidated, threatened. I took it as in my head, I was thinking, don't you dare say a word.
When you started the interview, did anybody complain about the presence of West or I'm strike that? Did anybody complain about the location of the interview?
Mr. Carlson had, as soon as we walked in, had said to Ms. Heinzelman, expressed his concern. She was holding her cell phone and said, I was something effective. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm trying to get a hold of my contact at Village Hall. She'd offered to switch locations for the concerns. And I remember Mr. Carlson saying, the damage has already been done. We're already here. Let's just go.
And then did you proceed with that investigation or interview?
We did.
Okay. After that interview, were you also interrogated as part of this investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And that was an interrogation under the Uniformed Police Officers Disciplinary Act?
That's correct.
Okay. How long was that interrogation for?
7 hours, maybe thereabout, approximately 7 hours.
That's an estimate or guess?
That's my guess.
Okay. After that interrogation, Did you ever receive a copy of Jimmy Lee's report?
When it was released on the village's website.
So the report, you received a copy when it was on, from the village website?
That's right, I received my copy, I saw it, that's the first time I saw it.
Okay. So the report from Jimmy Lee, that's Exhibit 1, was published on the village's website.
Yes.
Did that cause any problems for you?
Yep, it did.
What kind of problems did it cause?
The initial release gave out my home address.
Is that a problem, Bill?
Yeah.
You need a minute?
My birthday, my phone number, my wife's name, my wife's phone number.
You want to take a minute?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Yeah, take a break. I'm sorry about that. We were talking about the village report being published on the village's website.
Yeah.
And you had made some statements regarding, that report contained some personal information of yours, your birth date, your address, your wife's name,
My email address, personal email address.
and your wife, she's a police officer in
Yeah, I
another
don't want to say
jurisdiction?
where, yeah, but yeah,
Okay.
she's a police officer. It did give her locations, but, yeah.
And did that cause any concern for you?
It did, yeah. It was my primary concern at that point, while other issues didn't seem to matter. Here. No breaks, this isn't gonna be easy. Sorry, guys.
Take your time, Bill.
We have small kids. They now have my address. So, thinking the worst, now that, the public who's interested in this knows, well, I'm a policeman, was a policeman, am a policeman, was a policeman, my wife's a policeman. They now have our address, our phone numbers. I avoided I didn't read any of so when it was published, it was on a website that offers like public feedback, like you could leave a comment. So I intentionally made it a point to not read any of this because it wasn't going to do good. However, that didn't stop other people from reading it and reporting back to me, whether I liked it or not, about the comments being made. A lot of trolling, kind of a generic word to use, but a lot of negative comments. There were some, positive ones, but the majority were, oh, he's using a race card. One that stuck out was when you can't make it or you can't pass a test, throw out the race card. That was one that stuck out with me. But my point is, getting some of these comments reported back to me, coupled with the fact that people were angry over it, random people who clearly read the report, now know where I live, where my family lives. We had requested an extra watch through a police department where we lived for our home. In my career as a policeman, I've seen property damage to houses of, people that make reports and they have their public information out there. It's not uncommon. It's not common. It's not uncommon. So the long answer, and I'll get to it, is yeah, it was the paramount concern at that point.
I want to have you go to, in the big book, Bait Stamp 703.
I'm sorry, what?
Bait Stamp 703. There, yeah, where it's all black there.
Oh, yeah.
My understanding is this is the discipline record of either Chief Rossi or Deputy Chief West. Is that your understanding?
703.
Yeah, 703. You know what this is?
It's the incident report.
You know what that is? You know what? Yeah. You don't know what that is?
No.
But it appears to be a lot of black there, though. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, was this, and this is an exhibit as part of Jimmy Lee's, this is part of Jimmy Lee's report. Was this, this black stuff that's here, was this in the, we call it redaction. Was this redactions in the report that was published? If you know.
There were some redactions in the report that was published.
Okay, so the village knew how to redact reports?
Yes.
Okay, but they didn't redact your personal information, did they?
No, it was not.
You know, I believe 655 is Deputy Chief Rossi's. 655? Yeah, so it says here Chief Rossi's past written discipline. So they redacted his discipline from the Jimmy Lee report, correct?
Yes.
They didn't redact yours, did they?
No.
And going to Bait Stamp 658, that's Deputy Chief's past written discipline, correct?
Yes.
They redacted that, correct?
Yes.
They didn't redact, but they didn't redact your personal information, did they?
No.
Bill, did you ever act in any way designed to bully or undermine the department?
No.
Did you ever personally seek the removal of the chief or deputy chief?
No.
I'd like to just consult the code counsel for a minute before I rest. I have nothing further.
Okay. Yvette, do you want to take a few minutes, or you want to take a little break before you get started?
I do?
Okay. How about we'll take about a 15-minute break, and we'll see how that goes? That work?
Ready. Okay, good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Good morning.
There you go. Good morning, Mr. Sanchez.
Good morning.
My name is Yvette Heinzelman. Turning your attention to your testimony regarding the release of the report. That report was released on a Friday late afternoon, correct?
I'll agree with that. I don't know when it was, but I'll believe you. Sure.
Okay. And the portion that you're talking about, and I'm not trying to minimize your disclosure, but the portion that you were talking about is information that was provided on an EEOC inquiry form, correct?
IDHR and EEOC. There's two separate forms.
Understand it. And the information that you're claiming was disclosed, your personal information, was contained on a inquiry form that you submitted to a government agency, correct?
Yes.
And that report, I think, was like 300 and some pages, correct? What report? Jimmy Lee's investigative report. The report that your counsel was asking you about. You know what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so you know about the report. So the report that you're saying that disclosed your personal information was over 300 pages long, correct?
With attachments. Yes.
With attachments. And of those 300 pages, there was one page that you submitted to the government agency that contained some of your personal information, correct?
Yes.
And your attorney called the village's attorney within an hour of disclosure, correct?
I'm not sure when.
Okay, well, that report was taken down immediately, correct?
It was definitely not immediately. No.
Well, sir, it was taken down within an hour of the call from Mr. Carlson.
I don't believe it was.
Okay, so your testimony is that the report was not taken down immediately, and then it remained on the village's website after Mr. Carlson called to complain?
That's my memory. Yeah.
Okay, so that's your memory or that's your testimony?
What's my memory? Because I was on the phones between Mr. Carlson, the acting union president, Jim Grimmett, Sergeant Grimmett, and my wife scrambling to try to get the report taken down. And I recall that was, in my memory, longer than an hour.
Okay, well, if there's information that it was taken down within the hour, do you have any information or documents to dispute that?
Just my memory from that day.
Okay, so the village, once you made a complaint about that one page, the village took it down, correct?
After numerous complaints were made from myself, the current union president, Mr. Carlson, and from what my wife told me, her chief of police had also gotten involved in requesting for it to be taken down.
Okay, sir, so who did you call?
I immediately,
Did you call anyone at the village?
Sergeant Grimmett.
Okay, did you call anyone else?
No,
Okay, so you called Sergeant Grimmett and you relied on him to call who?
he went to go speak to Chief Rossi about it in
Okay.
person
So Grimmett went to Rossi, and then did you call Carlson as well?
several times, yes.
Okay, so were you unable to get a hold of him?
No, he was bouncing between the village's attorney, trying to get a hold of you. He said you weren't answering your phone. He said he left you some messages and some text messages, and you never responded to him.
Okay, but the village attorney, Tom Melody, did respond to Mr. Carlson, correct?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so you have no personal knowledge about when Tom Melody called Mr. Carlson on behalf of the village, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge about who took down the report from the village's website, correct?
Correct.
And you have no personal knowledge as far as the time when that report was taken down from the village website, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the time.
I have to break in for 1 second. When you're talking about taking down the report, are we talking about the entire report or just that one page?
No, they took down the entire report.
Okay.
And in response to your complaints, the information that you had identified, and I believe the information we're talking about is on Bates page 624.
No, that's not accurate. It's Bates page 619. That's showing redacted now. And in addition to Bates page 624. So all the blacked out boxes were on the website.
Okay. So it's your testimony that 619 and 624 were on the website?
That's correct,
Okay. And then the village received your complaints and they took it down, correct?
at some point.
Okay, you don't know when?
No, I don't.
Okay. And then the village responded to your complaints by blacking out that information, correct?
At some point.
Yeah, okay. So, and the 624 page, base page from Exhibit 1 and the 619 page from Exhibit 1, those are documents that you completed, correct?
Yes,
And those were documents that you completed and you gave to the government agency, correct?
yes,
Okay. And those were documents that you completed and gave to Jimmy Lee as well, correct?
upon request, yes,
And that was in response to his investigation, correct?
yes.
Did the village do anything else to, with respect to this disclosure based on your complaint?
I don't understand that question.
Did they take any other steps to help you? Did they do anything else? I don't know, any sort of identity theft protection or anything like that?
No.
Did you
I'll
do
take
that
it.
for yourself?
I've always had identity theft protection.
You've always had identity theft protection. Okay, so did you call them as soon as this happened?
No,
Did you call them anytime after this happened?
no, because I already had it.
Okay, well, did you call them to let them know that there was a disclosure and that you wanted them to protect you?
That, I don't understand.
Well, you said you had identity theft protection, right?
Correct, I've
Did
always
you-
had it.
Did you call them after the report was published with your personal information and let the entity know that your personal information was published?
Why would I do that if I already had it?
Question to you, sir, is did you call the entity from whom you have identity theft and report that your information had been publicly disclosed?
Seems like it's pretty simple, yes or no
Yeah,
answer.
no, I understand. I thought I said no, I didn't because I already had it.
And the name of the entity from whom you have identity theft protection?
Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax.
Okay. And you also testified that you had, you were concerned about property damage to your home, correct?
Yes,
Did you experience property damage to your home?
I did not.
Okay. Did you experience any, any physical harm?
No,
Did your wife experience any physical harm as a result of this disclosure?
no,
Did your, and I don't know how many children you have, but did your child or anybody out in your family experience any physical harm as a result of this disclosure?
I have 2 children, and no, they didn't.
Okay.
But
Did
that was
you-
a fear, and it
I
still
under-
is.
Understand. Did you receive any threats between this disclosure and today, as you sit here?
No,
Did any, and I understand that you were distraught as a result of this incident. Did you experience any other conduct or anything, did anything else happen to you as a result of this disclosure that you can think of?
it still bothers me. I mean, yes, the answer is yes.
I understand it bothers you, but anything else? Anything else happened to you?
I mean, we could be here for days, and I could tell you about loss of sleep, stress, fear, anxiety,
Okay,
depression. I mean, can you fine tune that question? Like,
I know, I understand about the emotional response you
Yeah.
are having, and I understand that you're having an emotional response as well to the termination of your employment, correct?
oh, yeah,
Okay, but set that aside. Did anything else happen to you as a result of this disclosure on that Friday? The disclosure of the report?
yeah, it's public embarrassment, yes. It's
Public okay, understand. And,
well, let me finish. Reputation damage. Well, it's permanently out there and it'll never come down. It's following me around, even applying for other jobs. It's irreparable damage.
are you talking about the report?
Yes,
Okay. And you understand that there were reports made to the press with respect to the complaint that you made, correct?
I understand that.
Okay. And you went to the press to report this complaint?
I never went to the press to report anything, period.
Somebody went to the press, correct?
Presumably it's out there, yeah.
Okay, so somebody went to the press. Certainly the village didn't go to the press initially, correct? Objection calls for speculation. Are you aware, you have any personal knowledge that the village went to the press first?
I don't have knowledge I did or didn't.
Okay, and apparently the press spoke to your attorney, Mr. Carlson, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you read those press releases and the press reports, correct?
I did not. I did not pay any attention to any press releases. I went out of my way to actually unsubscribe on my Google site. I did not want to read any of this.
Okay,
I didn't want to hear about it. I couldn't. I couldn't bring myself to do it. I still can't.
and the village, when it responded to the press, it said that it was trying to maintain the confidentiality of the investigation, correct?
Objection, he already testified, she's asking about press release, he's already said he hasn't seen any press on this.
I didn't read it.
You didn't look at the press release?
No.
You didn't, did you read the documents as part of the exhibits?
I read the report.
Okay, and you read the press release that the village submitted, correct?
I don't recall reading the press release, the village.
So as you sit here today, you never read the press release that was submitted at the last date of the hearing?
I won't recall if I did or didn't.
Okay.
I don't remember any press releases.
Okay, so if the press release indicates that the village was trying to maintain the confidentiality of an investigation, you have no reason to dispute that,
Oh,
correct?
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that's what it was said. It said.
And the village had to respond to 2 complaints, not just yours, correct?
What other complaint?
Deputy Chief West? He also made a complaint, correct?
Thank you for bringing it up. I was not even made aware of that until you interrogated me.
Okay, so well, sir, your testimony is that the first time you found out about Deputy Chief West's complaint is during your interrogation?
Formally, yes.
What do you mean formally?
I found out about it from Sergeant Kelly Vellin after she was interviewed by Mr. Lee. She had said, hey, did you know that there's a complaint against you from Brian?
And as you sit here today, you understand now that he made a complaint against you before you made your initial complaint, correct?
I don't think it was a verbal complaint, is my understanding.
It was a verbal complaint, correct?
Mhm.
And he made that verbal complaint on May 15th, correct?
I found that out during this investigation.
Okay, so you heard him testify that he went and made a verbal complaint, correct?
Yes.
And verbal complaint is valid, correct?
So that's a good question.
Well, sir, it's a yes or no question.
Well, I'm going to say no, it's not.
You don't think a verbal complaint is valid?
No, Chief Ross had ordered me to, if I wanted my complaint investigated, to put it in writing. So it's my understanding that a verbal complaint based on his direction was not valid because I had been making verbal complaints to him. So the answer is no.
So your answer is that his complaint is valid, so is invalid because it was made verbally to HR? Is it your testimony that it should be disregarded?
No, I'm just telling you what I was told by the chief of police.
Okay, and the chief told you that if you wanted to make a complaint, that you should put it in writing, correct?
But I had to put it in writing. It wasn't an option.
Well, sir, that's not really what the memo says. The memo says that if you have a complaint, you should put it in writing, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and let's turn to it. It's page 646. Says there, last paragraph, quote, "You are hereby reminded that if you have a complaint against an employee, to document in writing so that it can be investigated." Report. Okay. So if you had a complaint, you should put it in writing. That's what he told you to do.
Right, it said operative word of if, because
Yeah.
I had come to him in the morning with my verbal complaint. I'm trying to answer the question. I came to him in the morning with my verbal complaint, and it seemingly was ignored. And then I was handed a memo, so my understanding and belief was, not to get in an argument here, but I'm trying to give a detailed explanation because it's an important question. I agree with you, it's an important question. My understanding was the initial verbal complaint that I made would not be honored until I documented it in writing.
Okay. And that's your understanding, right? That's not what he said. He just told you to put it in writing if you have a complaint, correct?
If you have a complaint, put it in writing.
Okay. So you had a choice whether you put it in writing or not, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And your complaint was against the Deputy Chief West, correct?
Yes,
And your complaint was also against Chief Rossi, correct?
correct.
Okay, so, and your complaint was a national origin complaint, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the village has anti-harassment policies, correct?
We do.
And the anti-harassment, that's based on protected categories, national origin, being Hispanic, that's a protected category, correct?
Yes,
And that's something that HR investigates, correct?
it's my understanding, yes.
Okay, well, you're a supervisor, right?
Correct.
And you were a supervisor as a sergeant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you had aspirations to be promoted above the rank of sergeant, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you said that you went to you wanted to attend command staff meetings because you were seeking promotion, correct?
mentorship.
Educational.
Educational, yeah.
Great, okay. So as a supervisor, you understand that if somebody makes a national origin or harassment complaint, that's a serious allegation, correct?
Yes,
And so he wanted you to document that serious allegation, especially if you thought you were being treated differently because of your national origin, correct?
Calls for speculation.
sure. Can you say the question again, please?
Can you read it back?
And so he wanted you to document the serious allegation, especially if you thought you were treated differently because of your national origin, correct?
Correct.
And Deputy Chief West, did he have a national origin complaint?
No, it was not.
It was hostile work environment, correct?
Yes.
Prior to receiving what's marked as base page 646, had you been to HR to make your complaint?
No, I hadn't.
Okay, and as a sergeant, you are also responsible for investigating complaints, correct?
On some levels, yes.
Okay. And as a sergeant, you're also responsible for addressing employee performance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you, as a sergeant, you have to do counseling discussions with employees, don't you?
When they're called for, yes.
Okay. And you also document those in writing, correct?
No,
You never did?
no, I never have.
So as a sergeant, you've never issued any sort of discipline?
No,
Isn't that part of your job duties?
it's not. It goes.
It's not.
It's not.
So you don't get involved in any disciplinary action whatsoever as a sergeant?
Other than the initial complaint, if I received one, I would then discuss it with the, my commander at that point, or lieutenant, if I'm a patrol sergeant, and then they're the ones that would go through the hierarchy to see that imposed.
Is that based on your personal knowledge or what you've observed?
With practice.
Okay. So you've never been involved in disciplinary actions at all as a sergeant?
Other than verbal counseling sessions or notifying somebody of a disciplinary action. Yeah, that's my recollection. I don't recall.
So the answer is no to my question?
The answer is I don't recall.
Okay. And sir, you understand that a rumor doesn't have to be false, correct?
My understanding of rumor would be false, is the way I believe a rumor is framed, or should be.
You agree that rumors negatively affect the workplace, correct?
I guess it's a matter of opinion.
Okay, so you don't think rumors negatively affect the workplace?
I know what you're talking about. It wasn't a rumor, the vote of no confidence.
Let's talk about that. So what is a vote of no confidence?
It's an action to disagree with the performance of somebody.
Okay, and it also may be an attempt to remove somebody from office, correct?
It could be.
Okay, and if Deputy Chief West was removed as the deputy chief, who's next in line to be the deputy chief?
I would call it calls for speculation. It's irrelevant.
The arbitrator decides what's relevant, and as far as the other part of the question, I don't know if it's some sort of on a document or whatever, but do you know the answer to the question?
It would be whoever the chief appoints.
Okay.
He'd be from a commander, correct?
It doesn't have to be.
He can appoint anyone?
You could.
Okay, and there were union members that thought they should be deputy chief as well, correct?
I don't think there were,
Nobody?
not to my knowledge.
Okay, so you have no idea who would replace Deputy Chief West if he had been removed as a result of a vote of no confidence?
I don't. We actually just hired they just hired a chief from another department.
And
So
that was contrary to what the union wanted, correct?
I believe I was removed at this point when that was a matter.
Right.
I can't recall.
Before you were removed, though, there was discussions about the fact that that the police department was bringing people in from the outside, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the union was not in favor of bringing people in from the outside, correct?
correct.
But the village did it anyway, correct?
Yes,
And in fact, the union filed a vote of confidence in support of its commanders, correct?
yes,
And that was because the union was trying to keep the people that were commanders and had been here for a while in their position, correct?
I don't believe that that's what it said. I believe it was just a vote of confidence for 3 commanders.
And it was, I think it was about 2 pages long, correct?
I don't know how many pages it was, but I'll believe you on that.
Okay, well, maybe we'll go back to that. So the union had discussions about removing people from their position, and then the union filed votes of confidence in order to support people and keep them in their position, correct?
I would have to see the documents, but it sounds accurate.
And you testified that you and other sergeants, or I'm sorry, other supervisors went to the union to ask whether or not there was sufficient support for a vote of no confidence, correct?
No, I said I was the sole person to contact the attorney as a union president,
Who'd you talk to?
Keith Carlson.
And did you rely on his advice?
I did.
Okay, so you relied on Carlson's advice. He told you there was not enough for a vote of no confidence, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what's the legal standard for a vote of no confidence?
To that point, I didn't know this was unique for us.
Okay, so you don't know what the legal standard is for a vote of no confidence, but whatever that legal standard is, do you know even if there's a legal?
I don't.
Standard?
That's why I relied on the attorney.
Yeah, so if there was not enough, and the vote of no confidence was based upon all of these complaints that you were receiving from other supervisors, right?
From the membership, correct?
Yeah, so if there wasn't enough for a vote of no confidence, then why talk about it in the workplace?
Well, it was a discussion leading up to that point, and after, hang on, I'm gonna answer. After I had vetted it with Keith Carlson, as I had stated earlier, it was a done issue, it was done. It wasn't discussed again.
Right, so my question is, the vote of no you went to Keith Carlson, you talked to him about a vote of no confidence, he said you can't do it, there's not enough information, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had a conversation with Tina Netzel in the workplace.
No.
You didn't have a conversation with Tina Netzel.
It was prior to speaking to counsel, Keith Carlson.
What date did you speak to Keith Carlson?
Probably the end-ish of April.
End of April. So do you have something written in a calendar or a day planner or something regarding that conversation?
No, I just recall because it was around the same time Chief Rossi had asked me about it. It was a pretty fresh conversation.
So that was May, the beginning of May.
May 3rd is when Chief Rossi had asked me about it.
Okay, so when you had this conversation with Tina Netzel, you didn't even know whether you're moving forward or not.
It was the very onset of it, and that's why it caught me off guard, is how quickly that was disseminated, the information of it.
And you try to keep that information with union activities confidential, correct?
Yes and no. It's a double question. So we keep it within the union, the membership of 20-something people, but we're not naive. We know that information's shared with everybody.
So you keep what you want confidential and what you want disclosed, you let it out,
We
correct?
disclose everything to the membership.
Okay, but Tina Netzel's not a member of the union, correct?
She's not.
No, she's a civilian employee, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's no reason to share union business with Tina Netzel, correct?
I don't know who shared it with her.
Well, you shared it with her.
Well, she came to me and she already knew about it.
So it's your testimony, you said here today, that Tina Netzel's testimony about you bringing it to her is inaccurate?
Yes, it
Okay,
is.
so Tina Netzel is inaccurate or lying. Is it your testimony that she's lying?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Tina Netzel is lying about that conversation.
Either lying or mistaken. Yes.
Okay, so and you worked with Tina Netzel, correct?
I did.
And any issues between you and Tina Netzel?
No, it's friendly.
No reason that she would lie about you, correct?
I do believe there is. Yes. So maybe I missed it.
There's no question pending, sir.
Well-
Sir, there's no question pending.
Sure.
You testified that you contacted Keith Carlson before filing your complaints, correct?
Yes,
And you relied on his advice to file those complaints?
I did.
Okay. And does that include the complaint at the Village of Orland Park, correct?
Yes.
And that includes the IDHR complaint, correct?
Yes.
And you stated that you made those complaints in good faith, correct?
I did.
Okay. And that was based on the information that you had?
Yes.
And the village gives you anti-harassment training, correct?
Yes.
And they give it to you every year, correct?
Yes.
And they're told, and you're told in that training that you need to make reports or complaints concerning any conduct that you believe violates the policies immediately, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were also, you've been a member of the union since you began with Orland Park, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you had held offices with the patrol union, correct?
Yes.
And then you held office with the sergeants union, correct?
Yes.
And you, as part of your duties as an officer with the patrol unit and the sergeants union is to process grievances, correct?
Yes.
And that's the vehicle in which to address any issues you believe are going wrong or not consistent with the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
After all their efforts are exhausted, yes.
Well, the process is set forth in the collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Yes.
And the collective bargaining agreement for the patrol officers is pretty consistent with the collective bargaining agreement for the sergeants, correct?
Yes.
It's including the discipline and the grievance process specifically, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and aside from a grievance concerning your personnel file, or, I'm sorry, aside from a grievance with respect to removal of your discipline from your personnel file, you've never filed any other grievance with the village, correct?
I don't recall if I did or didn't.
Okay. But you had the ability to do so ever since you started working for the village of Orland Park, correct?
Yes.
And the discipline that you did, or I'm sorry, the grievance you filed was about removing your own discipline from your personnel file, correct?
Yes.
And You have received discipline from the Village of Orland Park, correct?
I have.
And the discipline, when you receive it, it identifies what kind of discipline it is, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I think, let me just get to it. I think it's Bates page 662. So just take a look at Bates page 662 through Bates page 669. I'm not going to ask you specifics, I just want you to go through there.
Okay.
Okay, so on each of these memos, then, it identifies what it is, right? Whether it's an order of suspension, written reprimand, oral reprimand, there's a title on each one of these documents, correct?
Jack, the document speaks for itself.
Each one of these.
Oh, yes.
I didn't have my mic on. What I said was, it's definitely true, the documents speak for themselves, and I'll read them carefully, but Yvette can ask some questions about that. You can answer that question.
Yes.
Okay, so they all identify what they are, correct?
Correct.
And they all identify that they're counseling or discipline, correct? I'm sorry, they all
No.
identify that they're disciplined, correct?
Yes.
And going back to that memo, she gave you, is on 646, page 646. The Bates page 646 doesn't identify counseling, does it?
No.
Okay. And in fact, the subject matter of that document is complaint, correct?
Yes.
And that's a reference to your complaint, correct?
No, I don't believe it was.
Okay. But there's nothing on here that says it's counseling, correct?
Other than direction given and within the paragraphs.
So there's nothing in here, their word counseling does not appear on page 646, correct?
The phrase counseling is not known.
When you met with Chief Rossi on May 19th, you testified that the meeting went poorly, correct?
It did, yes.
You wanted him in that meeting to remove Deputy Chief West from the Deputy Chief position, correct?
No, that never came up.
Okay.
This.
And your complaints, you testified that your complaints to Rossi were about Deputy Chief West, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Deputy Chief West had only been in that position for less than a year, correct?
Yes.
And Chief Rossi actually had only been in the position for less than a year, correct?
Might have been more than a year, but around that time.
Okay, so if he was promoted sometime in May of '22, you were having these conversations in May of '23, correct?
Yes.
And during some period of time, he was gone at the FBI National Academy, correct?
Yes.
So he had not had much time to be chief of police of that department, correct?
Correct.
And you had been bringing complaints to him, correct?
That he asked me to, correct.
Okay, and those complaints, a lot of those complaints were about things that happened when Deputy Chief West was the patrol commander, correct?
None of the complaints I brought to him when he was chief were about that at that time.
Okay, so none of the complaints that you talked to Chief Rossi about had anything to do with Chief West's conduct when he was a patrol commander, correct? Prior to May of '22.
Yeah, I'm not certain about the dates.
Okay, so, and you would agree that things that happened when Deputy Chief West was the patrol division commander wouldn't be relevant to his conduct as a deputy chief, correct?
I don't think I would agree with that, no.
Okay, so you think it's fair to bring up things that occurred in the past, before he was Deputy Chief West was promoted to deputy chief?
I think it would be relevant for pattern and practice and consistent mistreatment. Sure.
Okay,
Of
so-
character, sure.
So he'd have to do something while he was deputy chief in order for it to be a pattern in practice, correct?
No, he's an employee here, it's, you know, I mean, it's,
So you think that you can just go after an employee at any time after something happened?
that's not what it's.
The objection is the phrase going after an employee. There's been no testimony that he personally went after anybody.
Okay, why don't you just rephrase the question?
Sure. You think you can file complaints about, well, let me step back for a second. Isn't there a time limit for filing a grievance?
5 days, I think.
Yeah. And after that, you can't bring a grievance, correct?
Unless there's another action.
And you would say that engaging in discriminatory conduct would be pretty significant, correct?
Correct, but I don't think that would be a grievance.
Okay, so you don't think that you can file a grievance about someone treating you differently than somebody else?
I would object. This calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not a lawyer, I'm not sure about the,
Well, I understand you keep looking over at your counsel for answers
no,
to
I'm
my
not.
questions.
I'm looking around
What are you looking around at?
to look around. I will look at you the whole time if it's better for you. I was looking at the arbitrator, I'm looking at you, sure.
So you don't know whether you should, whether a national origin harassment complaint would be significant enough to file a grievance for?
I don't feel that it should be a grievance. It would be a human resources complaint or a IDHR EOC complaint.
Okay, so you would agree though that you should go to human resources?
Yes,
And that would be Regina Early, correct?
yes,
And you, prior to the complaint that you filed on May 19th, you never went to Regina Early, correct?
not until that point, no.
So I'm correct, you never went to Regina Early prior to May of 2023, correct?
Correct.
You testified that Lieutenant Stotner told you that Deputy Chief West had called you a snake sometime in 2021, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you never made a complaint about that, correct?
I did not.
And how does a snake refer to your national origin?
It's not a national origin reference.
Okay,
It's a
so it
character
is-
reference.
Okay, so it refers to your character and has nothing to do with being Hispanic, correct?
I don't know his intent behind it, but on its surface, no, I don't believe it does.
Okay. And you did not file a grievance, correct?
Correct,
And you didn't go to HR, correct?
correct.
Okay. And then at some point in time, your testimony was that Lieutenant Bobolak told you that he had made the snake comment, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
That was around May 10th to May maybe 18th or 17th, somewhere in there.
Okay. So Bobolak said that he had heard that, when did he hear West make that complaint?
He said when they were out at work, he said he was told it a few times, and then when they were out with his wife and West's wife,
When did that happen?
I didn't ask.
Okay. So you don't know when it happened?
No, I don't.
So it's possible it could have happened 10 years ago?
No, I don't think it would have been 10 years ago.
Why do you base your dispute that it occurred 10 years ago?
Because he said it was in reference to the 2019 complaint that I filed and cited the EEOC, filed 2 EEOC complaints in 2019.
Okay, and you did make an EEO complaint, correct?
No,
You never made an EEO complaint in 2019.
no, I made a complaint to Chief McCarthy about it.
Okay, and during that complaint to Chief McCarthy, you claimed that it was based on your national origin, correct?
No, I didn't say that to him then.
Okay, so you've never made a complaint that Deputy Chief West engaged in any conduct towards you based on your national origin in 2019, correct?
That was made in my IDHR statement referencing Deputy Chief making the statement about it being an EEOC complaint.
Okay, so my question to you is, can you read that back? Thank you.
So you have never made a complaint that Deputy Chief West engaged in any conduct towards you based upon your national origin in 2019, correct?
In 2019, I did not. In 2023, in my IDHR complaint, I had referenced that as it being his belief that it was about national origin and telling people it was an EEOC complaint
Okay.
based on his statements and broadcasting the assertion or claim that I had filed a discrimination complaint in 2019.
Okay, so it's your testimony here today that those statements by Deputy Chief West were false, correct?
I believe they were, yes.
So, and EEO, do you know what EEO stands for?
I know what EEOC stands for, but we don't use the word EEO.
Okay, so EEOC stands for the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, correct?
No, I believe it's complaint.
Okay. Do you know if EEO refers to Equal Employment Opportunity?
I believe it's an abbreviated word, yes.
Okay. And as you testify, as you sit here today, you've never submitted to the Village of Orland Park any document or email or anything that said that you had an EEO complaint in 2019, correct?
That stated equal employment opportunity concern.
You've never said that before 2023, correct?
I said in 2019, the email said to Chief McCarthy, equal employment concern.
Okay, so equal employment concern is about national origin, correct?
The objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I think you were just asking what you made the complaint about.
Sure, it was about I wasn't sure what it was about, if it was national origin or what the basis was. I didn't want to immediately claim discrimination. I wanted it looked into by Chief McCarthy. I used that word because that's the only word I had at the time. I wasn't a lawyer. I wasn't familiar with the law as far as that goes. I felt it was general unfair mistreatment or different treatment, and I didn't know if it was based on my national origin or some other matters I wasn't aware of, and that's why I asked the chief to look into it for me.
Okay, so you did actually want an investigation into whether conduct in 2019 occurred based upon your national origin, correct?
I just wanted an investigation done. I wasn't sure what it was for.
And one of the reasons you were considering was your national origin,
Sure,
correct?
yes. Yeah, that was a concern.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe council asked you questions about that 2019 complaint, correct?
Yes.
And you identified issues well, first off, it was investigated, correct?
It was looked into. I didn't know a full investigation was done until I saw the discovery here.
Well, you knew that an investigation was conducted, correct?
He didn't say it was an investigation. He said he was looking into it.
You were interviewed. You had conversations with the chief about it, correct?
Correct.
Okay, have you ever been in investigations as a police officer?
Assigned to investigations?
Yes.
No, I haven't.
Okay, have you ever conducted investigations as a police officer?
Yes, many.
Okay, and you do them all the time, right?
I did, yes.
Okay, so you know what an investigation is, right?
I do.
Okay, so, and an investigation includes talking to people and asking them what they think and what they saw happen, correct?
Yes, however,
Includes gathering information, doesn't it?
yes,
Okay,
however,
there's no question pending. At some point, you were talked to about your concerns, correct?
yes,
You voiced those concerns because you identified the FTO position, correct?
yes,
You identified the OIC position, correct?
yes,
And you claimed that you had been unfairly scheduled, correct?
yes,
Okay. And so, based upon giving that information to Chief McCarthy, you wanted an investigation conducted, correct?
I went and looked into it for, yes,
Okay, and did Chief McCarthy ever tell you that he's not gonna look into it?
no,
Okay, did he ever tell you, oh, you're full of garbage, I don't care, I don't care what you're thinking, I don't believe you, and I'm not gonna do anything?
no, he would never say
Okay,
that. No,
he would never say that?
he would never say that.
No, because he has integrity, correct?
Absolutely.
And you trusted him to conduct an investigation, correct?
Yes,
And he did, right?
yes, he did.
He did. So he looked into the FTO issue, correct?
Yes,
And the issue was that Deputy Chief West had a vacant FTO spot, and Mark Ken, I believe, wanted to go, correct?
that at the time I did not know. I just know that he was assigned it. I didn't know the inner workings of how that was, how he was assigned. I just know it was not put out to the broader public, to the broader unit.
Okay, and your position as traffic unit supervisor was not put out to the broader unit, correct?
Correct.
You were handpicked for that position, correct?
Yes,
And you accepted that position, correct?
yes,
Okay, so let's go back to Mark Ken. So you found out that Mark Ken was gonna go to field training officer training, correct?
yes,
And he's your peer, right?
yes.
And he's your union member, you represent him, right?
At the time I did, yes.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you support him going?
I supported somebody going if it was done in the right manner in accordance with the contract, the CBA and the policy.
And you wanted to go as well?
No, that's not true.
You didn't want to go?
No,
So if there's evidence or testimony or an investigation that indicates that you wanted to go in 2019, are you saying that whoever did that investigation is lying?
no, I'm not saying that. It was, my memory was, I told Chief McCarthy, I just wanted it advertised to the broader bargaining unit, so everybody had the opportunity to put in for it,
Including yourself, correct?
if I chose to.
And did Mark Ken have more seniority in the traffic unit at the time?
Within the traffic unit, yes.
Okay, so there was people were interviewed in 2019. You have any reason to dispute that report?
No,
And Chief McCarthy conducted that investigation himself, right?
he did.
So you trust that whatever Chief McCarthy put in that report would be truthful and accurate, correct?
Yes,
Okay. As a result of your complaint about the FTO process, Mark Ken didn't get to go, right?
that was the chief's decision, yes.
And that was a result of your complaint.
Objection is also speculation.
Yeah, it probably does call for a lot of speculation on that one.
Well, okay, let's just make it simple. After that investigation, Mark Ken didn't go to FTO school, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then the other issue was OIC, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and then I think the issue, there was also an issue with respect to your scheduling, being scheduled on the afternoon shift, correct?
yes,
Okay. With respect to so there are people that are, patrol officers that are assigned to the traffic unit, correct?
yes,
And if there are vacancies or a need on the patrol shifts for bodies because there's sickness, people are training, or whatever the issue is, members that are assigned to the traffic unit are also assigned to patrol, correct?
yes,
Okay. And indeed, the primary focus of the Orland Park Police Department is to have people on the streets patrolling the streets, right?
yes,
Yeah, it's important because that's how officers respond to crime, correct?
correct.
They get called out and they get sent to the community and they respond to whatever's going on in the community, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then also as they're patrolling the streets, if they see something, they take action if appropriate, right?
yes,
Okay, so it's super important for police officers to be on the street, right?
super important.
Super important, okay. So when there is a shortage on the street, people from, the patrol officers from traffic, and maybe even a sergeant goes out and patrols on the street, right?
That could happen, sure.
Okay. So whoever the patrol division commander was, I think in 2019 it was West, right?
I believe so.
And he had to balance the patrol schedule with the traffic unit schedule, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so if he had to move people around from the traffic unit to the patrol unit, that's what he had to do, correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, you asked him to be scheduled for afternoons, correct?
At one point I did.
Okay. And so you had a complaint about the fact that you were scheduled on more afternoons than anyone else, correct?
After I'd asked him to put me on a regular rotation is when I made that complaint. And I was still being assigned to the late shifts.
Okay, and it's your testimony that you were assigned, you wanted to be on the regular rotation and not on the afternoons.
Yes.
And you understand that Chief McCarthy interviewed other people regarding your complaint, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that who did he talk to here? He talked to Timothy McCormick, correct?
Yes.
He talked to Thomas Hottinger, correct?
Yes.
And he talked to Officer Ippolito, correct?
Yes.
And those were all members of the traffic unit, correct?
Officer Ippolito was current. The other two had been retired for some time prior to that.
And so, and I think that goes to the extent of that investigation into your complaint about national origin. He also called people that were no longer working for the village to ensure that you were being treated fairly, correct?
That's what I found out when reading this.
Okay, and so all those people, Hottinger, McCormick, and Ippolito all said that that the scheduling had been fair. And in fact, I think McCormick and Hottinger said that you had requested the afternoons, correct?
Based on the information they had at the time, yes.
Okay, and so whatever is in this investigation report, you have no reason to dispute its accuracy, correct?
No, I don't.
Okay. And at some point, Chief McCarthy met with you, correct?
He did.
And he provided the findings of the report, correct?
Yes.
And you sat there with Wayne Lee and met with Chief McCarthy, correct?
If that's what I don't recall. I sat with Lieutenant Ford, who was the traffic unit supervisor at the time, then I believe it was Sergeant Lee. So I'm not sure which one was with me.
Okay, so if the memo says that Sergeant Lee witnessed the conversation between you and Chief McCarthy, you have no reason to dispute
No,
that?
I don't.
Okay. And Chief McCarthy told you that he conducted an investigation, he looked at all the evidence and the schedules, and he found that you had not been unfairly scheduled, correct?
That was what he said, yeah.
Yeah, and that's what he said to you.
No, he said to me he found some inconsistency with the schedule and that Commander West was directed to make the schedule equal and fair going forward.
Sir, he said here in this memorandum, I then reviewed the afternoon shift data from the memo and showed, among other things, that he and Officer Ippolito worked the most afternoon shifts. He said while Officer Ippolito may not have said anything, he felt he would speak out, he felt it was unfair. Sanchez said he accepted the findings of the investigation as related and that it was resolved satisfactorily and he was not singled out for unfair treatment. Do you understand that?
I understand that's what it says in the investigation. I'm trying to answer. That's what it says in the investigation, but my recollection was the chief had called me into a meeting with, I believe, Commander Lee, and then said he looked into it and he found some inconsistencies with the schedule, and Commander West was directed to make the schedule fair and equal going forward. Asked me if I was satisfied with that. I said, yes, Chief, thank you. He said, if you experience any retaliation or fallout from this, come back and let me know. And I said, thank you, Chief, and that was it.
So if Chief McCarthy put this other information in this memorandum dated December 16th of 2019, is Chief McCarthy lying?
I don't know what the chief was thinking that or what his intent was, but I can only tell you from my recollection, I wasn't shown this. I didn't even know this was done until we got discovery. I'm just going based off what the chief had told me in that meeting. It was a brief meeting, and then that was it.
Okay. So Commander Lee was in there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you talk to him about that meeting as well?
No.
Okay, so you never asked him what happened in the 2019 meeting prior to making your complaint?
No, because Commander Lee was an investigations division sergeant at the time, and him and I never worked together.
This memorandum in this investigation report from 2019 says something different from your memory, that it's inaccurate, correct?
No, it's just different from my memory.
Okay. So, and is that what you're saying now when you say you made your complaints in good faith? It's because you don't remember what was said, you can make a complaint and claim discrimination and it's made in good faith?
No, I just told you I remembered what was said. That was what was told to me.
And if you are wrong about what actually happened in 2019, that's not a good faith complaint, is it?
If I'm wrong about my memory,
If you're wrong about what actually happened?
no, it's my memory. It's what was told to me.
Okay, so if you remember something differently from someone else, then whatever you say is being made in good faith. That's your testimony?
I believe I acted in complete good faith here with everything, every step of the way.
And there's no reason in 2019 that Chief McCarthy would want to disparage you, correct?
No,
And you didn't have all these issues with Deputy Chief West, no, let me withdraw that. And as it turned out, Officer Ippolito had been assigned more afternoon shifts than you, correct?
I was off on injury for several months.
Sir, the question is, it calls for yes or no. Officer Ippolito was assigned more afternoon shifts than you, correct?
Yes, because I was off on injury
Okay,
for
so
several months.
so you remember that fact from the investigation, correct?
Well, from reading this now.
From the from the 2019. You were also involved in other investigations, correct?
Yes,
And you were involved in, let me come back to that. You testified that Chief Rossi had an open door policy, correct? As a chief?
I think I testified to that.
Okay, so it's your testimony that he did not have an open door policy?
I don't think you asked me that.
Chief Rossi had an open door
Yes,
policy?
if you're asking now, yes.
Okay. And Chief Rossi, and that open door policy began when he first took the position of chief, correct?
No, it began on May 3rd.
So when Chief Ross, May 3rd of what year?
2023.
Okay, so when Chief Rossi testified that he had an open door policy from the time he accepted the position as chief in May of 2022, he's lying about that, right?
Well, he just didn't tell me about it, so I don't
Okay.
know who he told.
So you saw him going to the various shifts, right? He made food, he talked to people, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you were aware of that because you were the union president, right?
No, I saw it happening.
Okay, so, and he told people that they wanted to come talk to him, that they could come talk to him, correct?
April 3rd is when he told me that. And then
Sir,
I'm sorry, May 3rd, and then at the May 10th staff meeting is the first time I witnessed him publicly say it.
okay, so your testimony, as you sit here today, is that Chief Rossi never told anybody prior to May 3rd of 2023 that he had an open door policy and that people could come up and talk to him anytime.
I'm telling you what he told me.
I'm asking you,
No,
that's not
I
the question.
didn't. I just answered it. I don't know what he told other people.
Oh, it's possible that he told people that they could come talk to him since the day he took the position, correct?
Objection calls for speculation as to what other people heard Chief Rossi say.
Yeah, I think he's already testified that he doesn't know what the chief told other people.
So you don't know that they're, okay.
Yeah.
MAP also represents or Deputy Chief West, correct?
Yes.
You said other supervisors were responsible or led the way with respect to the vote of no confidence. Who was responsible spearheading that vote of no confidence?
I don't believe there was one spearheader. It was a collective group that came to me.
And who was that collective group?
With Sergeant Vellum, as you heard, Sergeant Grimmett, Sergeant Swearingen, Lieutenant Boblak, Lieutenant Stetner. Those are the ones I remember right now.
Did the chief have any control over who made the complaints or supported the vote of no confidence?
No.
And Lieutenant Vallon is still employed at the village, correct?
Yes.
Lieutenant Grimmett is still employed at the village, correct?
Sergeant Grimmett.
Sergeant Grimmett, sorry.
Yes. Yes.
And Swearingen, is he a sergeant or is he a lieutenant?
He's a sergeant.
Okay, and he's still employed?
Yes.
Okay. Boblak, he's still employed?
Lieutenant, yes.
Okay. And Stetner, he's still employed?
No, he retired.
And when did he retire?
I was already July, maybe? June or July of 2024.
Of this year,
Yes, sir.
okay.
As a sergeant, you didn't attend those command staff meetings unless there was something specific you were talking about, correct?
No. No, that's not true.
Are you talking about when let me step back for a second. Before you went to the before you were appointed traffic unit supervisor, you did not attend command staff meetings unless you were asked to join, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were asked to join, it was because you had something specific to talk to the command staff about, correct?
Prior to being the traffic sergeant, correct.
Okay. And you were appointed to the traffic unit supervisor position in August of '22.
Yes.
And you were told not to come to the meetings in an acting capacity in January of '23, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And maybe it was in December of '22, correct?
No.
So your testimony is it was in January, you were told?
First week that acting chief was, West was the acting chief, yes.
And you didn't participate in any conversations where Chief Rossi told Deputy Chief West that you should no longer join, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you have no personal knowledge as to who made that decision, correct?
I do,
Sir,
based on Commander Lee telling me it came from Brian.
so Commander Lee told you it came from Deputy Chief West?
Yes.
Okay. And did Commander Lee say that he sat in a meeting between Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West when that decision was made?
No, he told me that Chief Rossi was already at FBI National Academy the first week of January is when Commander Lee came to me. And he'd come back from a meeting with Deputy Chief West, and that's when he came to my office and said, uncomfortably, you're no longer needed at the command meetings while I'm gone in training, and you'll also no longer be the acting commander. That's when, as I stated earlier, I pressed him on why.
Okay. So, and I think you testified that you've been working in police departments for a long period of time, right?
Yes.
And you understand that police departments are a paramilitary organization, correct?
Yes.
And so that there's a chain of command, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a sergeant and the rank above you is lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
And the rank above the lieutenant is a commander, correct?
Yes.
And the rank above that is deputy chief, correct?
Yes.
And the highest ranking person in the police department is the chief of police, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so when the chief gives an order, he can give it to the deputy chief, correct?
Yes.
And then that deputy chief can communicate it to whoever is in the rank below him, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no personal knowledge that the deputy chief was not communicating an order from Chief Rossi to Commander Lee, correct?
Correct.
And have you seen a general order that identifies an acting patrol division commander position?
No, I don't recall one.
Is that acting patrol division commander listed in the collective bargaining agreement anywhere?
No, it's not.
And I think you said this already, but the commanders have a collective bargaining agreement, correct?
Meet and confer, yes. I'm sorry, meet, M-E-E-T, and confer.
And unless you're in one of those command staff meetings, and I think they were on Mondays and Fridays, right?
Yes.
Okay, unless you were in those command staff meetings, you had no access to what goes on in the command, amongst the command personnel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I think there was testimony about your attendance at a command staff meeting where you had a GoFundMe page, correct?
Yes.
And that was making fun of former Chief Mitchell, correct?
It was a parody, but yeah.
Okay, so it was making fun of a member of, actually, the chief executive for the police department, correct?
He was retired.
Okay, when he was here, he was the chief executive of the police department, correct?
Yes.
He was the highest ranking person in the police department, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so you attended this command staff meeting with a GoFundMe page that was created by Ken Kovac, right?
Before the meeting had started, I was sitting,
Sir,
Well,
you attended a meeting with a GoFundMe page, correct?
no, it didn't come to me until I was sitting in the meeting. So I didn't have it until the meeting, I'd sat in the meeting.
So
I'm
it-
trying to answer the question, I didn't come up there with it, like, already armed with it. I was sitting, waiting for the meeting to start, Deputy Chief West was sitting next to me. I got a text message, I opened it up, sitting next to Deputy Chief, it was a screenshot of a parody of former Chief Mitchell and had the caption GoFundMe. I laughed, Deputy Chief West looked at me, I showed it to him, he smiled and that was it.
So you thought it was appropriate to open it up during the command staff meeting,
It didn't start yet.
and so you showed it to people other than Deputy Chief West, correct?
No, just Deputy Chief West.
So it's your testimonies, you sit here that you didn't show it to anybody else?
No,
As you sit here today, you think that was appropriate conduct?
it was a parody. It wasn't,
So the question is,
yes, I do think it was fine. I didn't see anything wrong with it.
okay. And somebody else was also asked not to attend the command staff meetings, correct?
I read that in the report.
Sir, you know Lieutenant Stetner, correct?
I do know Lieutenant Center.
Okay, and you know he wasn't attending command staff meetings, correct?
I found it out later.
So at the time it's your testimony that you didn't know?
At what time?
At the time that he was removed and told not to come in to the command staff meetings?
I don't remember when he was told that. I know it was later.
Well, it was in January 23, correct?
No, I don't believe it was.
When do you think it was?
I don't remember when it was, but I don't believe it was in January.
Okay, so he was told not to come as well, correct?
Yes, at some point.
Yeah.
Can we go off the record for a second? Whenever you're ready, Rick.
Thank you.
Is your mic on?
Yes.
Thanks.
Sir, how long have you been married?
13 years?
Before the break, we were talking about the FTO position. You've testified that that Mark Ken was Deputy Chief West's favorite, correct?
Did I testify to that?
I'm sorry, you've testified previously in this this
Oh,
investigation,
in the
correct?
interrogation? Yeah, correct.
Okay, and fair to say you don't like Deputy Chief West, correct?
I don't think that's fair. I would say I have mixed feelings about him.
The GoFundMe page that you had, that came from Ken Kovac, correct?
Yes,
And Ken Kovac is a former employee of the Village of Orland Park, correct?
yes.
He used to be, was he a sergeant?
He was a sergeant.
And fair to say he hates Deputy Chief West, correct?
I don't know.
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know what his relationship is with Deputy Chief West?
In the current state, it's strained, but that's pretty current.
The current state,
Yeah, they arrested him.
they arrested him for cyberbullying, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and dating back to that text message, or whatever message that you received when you were in the middle of a command staff meeting, that was a GoFundMe page from Ken Kovac about a former chief of police for the Orland Park Police Department, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Sure. It was not, it was before a staff meeting
But
started,
the
first
question
of all.
is, it was about
I'm having
the
clarification. You
The question was yes
mischaracterized
or
it.
no. Was it about a former chief of police?
Yes.
Okay, so fair to say Ken Kovac doesn't like people in command, correct?
No, that's not fair.
Okay. And Ken Kovac, I believe, is friends with Wayne Lee as well, correct?
Yes.
You've sent text messages to people, or you've sent text messages where you've called under other members of the department snakes, correct?
Yes.
And I think, in fact, you have a nickname in the department, correct?
Yes.
And that's Dirt?
Dirt.
Dirt or Dirty Sanchez, correct?
Dirt or dirty.
Are you, as you sit here today, are you testifying that your nickname is not Dirty Sanchez?
I've heard that nickname, but that hasn't been for years.
You never went to Deputy Chief West directly about the snake comment, correct?
No.
No, that's not correct, or it's correct?
The answer is no, I never went to him directly.
Okay. During your meeting with Chief Rossi, when he handed you the memo, he never said to you that it was a counseling memo, correct?
Correct.
Rossi made the decision to give you the promotion to the traffic unit supervisor position, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a pretty cake job, isn't it?
Some people like it, some people don't.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So the traffic unit supervisor can make their own hours, right?
No, not necessarily
But you
true.
schedule your own hours, don't you?
If there's departmental reasons
And you have flexibility to schedule those hours, correct?
based on the needs of the agency.
Right, and you have flexibility to schedule the hours for the people that work in the traffic unit as well, correct?
There's this rotation for them.
Okay, and, well, but you can schedule, just like when you were asking Chief Deputy or Patrol Commander West for accommodation for your family needs, you, as a traffic unit supervisor, can give those kinds of accommodations to the people in your unit, correct?
If it's possible.
And you can also give them to yourself as a traffic unit supervisor, if it's possible, correct?
Based on the needs of the agency.
And your personal needs, correct?
I didn't do that for my
I
personal
didn't ask you
needs.
if you did it, I said you had the authority to do it, correct?
With the permission from the patrol commander.
You had the authority to do it, yes or no?
With the permission from the patrol commander.
Okay, has he ever denied you that permission?
I don't think I ever asked him.
And that patrol commander was Commander Wayne Lee, right?
Yes.
And he's a friend of yours as well, correct?
Yes.
You were in the position of traffic unit supervisor as a sergeant for 10 months before you made the complaint about a promotion to lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
And actually, you were only promoted to a sergeant in 2021, correct?
Yes.
And so you wanted to, in effect, you believed that you had been promised that promotion to the lieutenant's rank in 2023, as soon as Phil Glacier left, correct?
That's what was stated to me, yes.
Okay, and so and who made you that promise?
Chief Rossi with Deputy Chief West on the phone.
Okay, so they promised you that they were gonna promote you to the rank of lieutenant, correct?
They said you would go in as a sergeant, then be promoted to a lieutenant, is the exact words.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Their exact words were, you will go in as a sergeant, then when Phil retires, you'll be promoted to lieutenant.
So it's your testimony here today that you were promised to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant?
Yes.
Okay. And that is even though there were no authorized positions for a lieutenant at the time, correct?
Not correct.
The department has 5 lieutenants, correct? Those are authorized, that's authorized positions.
I had to count them up, but there was already a lieutenant in traffic safety when I was
That's
assigned
not
to.
my question, sir.
Well,
My
the answer-
question is, there were 5 authorized lieutenants position, correct?
I don't know how many were authorized.
And the person that made Phil Glacier a lieutenant, that was Chief Mitchell, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and Chief Mitchell was no longer the chief of the department, correct?
correct.
Okay. And you know, Ken Kovic is also friends with Andy Boblak, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Do you know the answer to that one?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, so we're talking about the traffic unit supervisor position. So in addition to flexible scheduling, you also basically worked Monday through Friday, correct?
Yes,
And you were also able to work overtime on the IDAC grants, correct?
yes,
And you could schedule yourself for those IDOT grants anytime you wanted, correct?
Within the parameters of the grant, so there were certain hours you had to work them.
Okay, so you could schedule yourself for the grant, correct?
Yes,
And then you could schedule yourself to work in traffic around those grant hours, correct?
yes,
And you also had a take-home car as the traffic unit supervisor, correct?
yes.
Okay. And any other sergeants you're aware of that had a take-home car?
The investigation sergeant?
Anybody else?
No.
Oh, actually, I was interested in that. How many people in the department have take-home cars?
So all the commanders do, the deputy chief, the investigation sergeant, the investigations lieutenant, the ESDA coordinator, and then the traffic unit supervisor.
Is there a captain?
There are no captains.
Or no captains? Okay.
And you had a take-home car because you may have to go respond to some sort of traffic scene in order to investigate, correct?
Yes,
And that could be at any hour, correct?
yes,
And you're not an evidence technician, correct?
I'm not.
And I believe that request in 2019 was also denied as from Chief McCarthy, correct? That was
Yes.
part of your complaint?
I don't think I complained about it. I wanted to talk to him about it.
Okay, so that was part of the FTO, OIC, and evidence technician, I think was one of the issues, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and for the FTO, I want to go back there for a second. For the FTO position, there's a monthly stipend if you're considered an FTO, correct?
yes,
And it's paid, the monthly stipend is paid to you, to the FTO, regardless of whether or not you're performing FTO duties, correct?
yes,
Okay, and the same is true for the evidence technician. There's a monthly stipend for that as well, correct?
yes,
And that, again, is paid to you. If you're an evidence technician, you get that monthly stipend regardless of whether or not you're performing evidence technician duties in any particular month, correct?
yes.
Okay, so, and OIC, is that also a stipend position?
No, it's not.
Okay, so those questions that you were asking in 2019, evidence technician, FTO, those all were attached to money, right?
For the patrol division, it would be. But if you're in the investigations division or a specialty unit, you don't get the stipend?
Well, sir, do you make those decisions?
No, it's a department policy, I believe.
And when you made the request, you were in patrol, correct?
I was in traffic safety.
Okay.
One quick question. Are these stipends, are they in the VOP2, the collective bargaining agreement, or?
Yes,
Okay.
And I believe the purpose of the inquiry in 2019 was to expand the participation of individuals in the traffic unit to be evidence technicians and to be FTOs, correct?
For the traffic safety officers, all of them to be evidence technicians. And then the FTO was just a concern to why it wasn't broadcast to the greater membership.
And evidence technician would include yourself, correct?
Yes,
You never told Chief Rossi that you thought he should promote you to the rank of lieutenant, correct?
we had discussions about it after the fact, but I didn't say you need to promote me or you should promote me.
And Chief Rossi never told you that he was going to promote you to the rank of lieutenant by a particular time, correct?
Correct.
Before you made your complaint to the village, you never went to Chief Rossi and said, hey, you promised that I would be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and you haven't done it, correct?
Not totally correct. We had at least 2 conversations, I recall, prior surrounding the lieutenant.
Surrounding the
Promise.
fact that he promised you?
Yes.
Okay, and you never filed a grievance as a result of that, correct?
No,
And you heard testimony about Lieutenant Stotner and Andrea Stotner approaching Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West about promises that were made about promotions or movements to Andrea Stotner to a position, correct?
yes, I heard that testimony.
And it appears as though, I'm sorry, Doug. And were you aware of it at the time?
No, I wasn't.
You testified you went to the police academy with Chief Rossi in 2003, correct?
Yes.
Did you consider him a friend?
We were friendly. We never hung out.
Sir, the question is, did you consider him a friend?
Yes, I would consider that a friendship.
Did you think that he should provide you with special promotions or special details because you considered him a friend?
Never, no.
It's your testimony that you did not go to the press with respect to the complaint you filed, correct?
I did not.
It's your testimony, and you did not tell Ken Kovac, correct?
I did not.
Do you know who told Ken Kovac?
I don't.
You understand that he filed FOIAs after every complaint you made, correct?
That's what I read in this, yes.
Okay. At the time that those FOIAs were submitted, you were unaware that they were being submitted? Is that your testimony?
I found out about a FOIA after he received it, and he told me he received a FOIA.
So he was keeping you informed about the responses that he received?
No, the first notice I got was him saying, I got your EEOC complaint.
So Ken Kovac told you about the information he was getting from the village, correct?
That one time, yeah.
And you've kept in contact with him since you've left the village as employee, correct?
Yes,
And you knew that he was trying to obtain information regarding this investigation, correct?
that he
You
said
knew
he
that
got.
he was trying to find information about the investigation, correct? It's a yes or no question.
I would object to this line of questioning. I mean, counsel's been given a lot of latitude, but there's no charge of him having, this is all after the fact. This is all after the decision maker has already made his decision on this Ken Kovac stuff. So, you know, I would strenuously object to this line of questioning as being relevant.
Actually, the FOIAs were coming in during the investigation. In fact, they were remarkably timed after every complaint Mr. Sanchez made. Within a day or two, we received a FOIA request from Mr. Kovac.
I note the objection, but you can continue with your questions.
So, can you please reread my question?
He was trying to obtain information regarding this investigation, correct?
Again, based on that one comment, I don't know who he was calling or when. He's friends with a lot of people here. He goes to retirement parties. He's active in the police department with the officers socially. It was public knowledge amongst my supervisors union that I had filed a complaint. So I would speculate anybody from the union could have told him that regularly contacts him or speaks to him.
It's possible he also went to the press too, correct?
That's possible.
And fair to say, Mr. Kovac is not happy with the Village of Orland Park, correct?
I would object, calls for speculation.
Well, you probably, do you know the answer to that?
I know he is not now because he was arrested, but at the time,
I think I've already
Yeah.
heard this, so I think it's.
yeah,
Yeah.
You, with respect to your complaint, you and your counsel met with Jimmy Lee and me, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And your counsel objected to recording the interview, correct?
yes,
And in fact, your initial interview is the only interview that was not recorded, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry, when you stand up like that, I couldn't hear the question.
I said, Mr. Sanchez's initial interview was the only interview that was not recorded.
And I made the objection regarding speculation.
Yeah, do you
If you
have
know.
any?
I don't know, I
Yeah.
don't know.
And you were also interrogated with respect to that investigation, correct?
Yes,
And Deputy Chief West was interrogated, correct?
yes,
And in fact, Deputy Chief West had an initial interview, just like you did, correct?
yes.
You understood at the interrogation that truthfulness was an issue with respect to that investigation, correct?
Yes.
During your initial interview with Mr. Lee, you talked about the complaint that you made, correct?
Yes,
And that complaint is attached to exhibit number 1, base page 609.
yes,
And you wanted to keep the fact of your complaint and the contents of your complaint confidential, correct?
I believe it was requested that.
The question was, you wanted to keep the contents of your complaint confidential from Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West, correct?
From them, yes.
Are you saying that you did not want to keep it confidential from anyone else?
Again, I would tell the union members because it was an open line of communication.
In fact, you gave your complaint to everyone that was interviewed, correct?
Not correct.
You gave your complaint to certain members that were interviewed, correct?
I believe it was 4 on the advice of counsel.
So you were following council's direction with respect to providing your complaint to union members?
Yes.
How did you select which union members you would give your complaint to and which union members you wouldn't give your complaint to?
Yeah, it was based on them receiving notice, unannounced notice that they were scheduled to come see the investigator for a statement. They'd come to me because I was a union president and said, we just got notice that we have to give a statement. We would like an attorney. I contacted my attorney, Keith Carlson, explained to him that the membership is seeking an attorney to represent them in this interview. He had said, I can't be me because I represent you. Let me get a hold of another MAP attorney. He then put me in contact with another MAP attorney.
So the question was, how did you select?
Well, I'm telling you, I'm getting to
Okay.
that. I'm
thought you
based on
said-
counsel.
I think he just answered that.
I thought it was based on notice of the interview.
Right, I'm getting to that. It's okay based on the counsel's advice.
Oh, okay.
I can clarify if you would like me to.
Not unless they ask you, they may ask you.
Sure.
And you requested that an outside entity investigate the complaint, correct?
Yes, it did.
And the contents of the document that's identified as base page 609 through 617, that's the contents of your written complaint, correct?
Yes,
And you understood that Deputy Chief West had made a verbal complaint prior to yours, correct?
no, I did not.
Well, Chief Rossi told you that he could, correct?
He said he could.
Yeah. And in your testimony, at your interrogation, well, strike that, this complaint that you submitted on May 26th of 2023, that has quotations in the complaint, correct?
Yes,
And in your transcript, you indicated that while you put quotations around certain words, you weren't sure if it was entirely accurate, correct?
I don't recall that.
Okay, so if you said that in the transcript, any reason to believe that the transcript is inaccurate?
No, I just don't, it's back in October when I was interrogated. I don't remember every detail of that one.
So you were interrogated in October of '23. You didn't read your transcript prior to your testimony today?
I read most of it is 300 pages.
You didn't read your interrogation before your testimony here today?
I did, I just said this, I did, it was 300 pages.
Okay. So you have no reason to dispute the accuracy of the transcript, correct?
No, I'm not disputing it.
And fair to say, if you have trouble just remembering what occurred in October of '23, it'd be even harder to remember what occurred in May of '23, correct?
No, I disagree with that.
So during your meeting with Mr. Lee, you provided a document that's marked as, it's page 632. You see, is that accurate?
Yes,
And you created this document that's marked as base page 632, correct?
yes,
And in order to create the document that's marked base page 632, you had to review and gather documentation, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you reviewed you reviewed special orders when people were promoted, correct?
no.
You reviewed personnel files?
I reviewed the timeline chart on my computer for promotions.
What timeline chart on your computer?
There's a program where I can look up promotion dates and movements of positions in the police department.
So this is a program that exists on your Village of Orland Park computer?
Yes,
So the individuals that are identified on this document, page 632, Jim Bianchi, Tim McCormick, Tom Hottinger, Jason Ford, Phil Glacier, those individuals held the position of traffic unit supervisor, correct?
yes,
And Jim Bianchi, Tim McCormick, Tom Hottinger, Jason Ford, and Phil Glacier, those individuals were all put in those positions by chiefs that worked for the Village of Orland Park prior to Chief Rossi, correct?
yes,
Chief Rossi was not involved in the decision to promote Jim Bianchi, correct?
I don't think he would have been, no.
He wasn't involved in the decision to promote Tim McCormick, correct?
I don't believe he would have been.
He wasn't involved in the decision to promote Tom Hottinger, correct?
I believe he was a supervisor at that point, so I don't know if he had any input.
Well, the chief, when Tom Hottinger was promoted to the traffic unit supervisor position, was not Rossi, correct?
Correct.
And I believe it was it Mitchell or was it McCarthy?
That would have been Chief McCarthy.
Okay. And Mitchell was the chief when Jason Ford went into the traffic unit supervisor position?
That I'm not sure. He might have been deputy chief at the time.
So was it Chief McCarthy went for it?
Could have been, I believe so.
And Phil Glacier went into the traffic unit supervisor position when Chief Mitchell was the chief, correct?
I believe so.
So you were the first person that Chief Rossi put into the position of traffic unit supervisor, correct?
Yes,
And you had been in that position for 10 months?
yes.
Okay. And you, you provided this document to Mr. Lee in order to show that everybody before you had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant, correct?
Yes,
And stayed in the traffic unit supervisor position, correct?
yes,
And it's your testimony as you sit here today that Jason Ford was promoted to the rank of lieutenant, and stayed in the traffic unit supervisor position, correct?
yes,
And ultimately, Jason Ford went to the midnight patrol lieutenant's position, correct?
yes,
And your testimony that the only reason he supervised the traffic unit was because there was a switch in personnel, correct?
I would object. That misstates his testimony.
yeah, I don't think I said that.
I didn't say that. I said you heard testimony that Jason Ford had to move to the patrol division in order to be promoted to the rank of lieutenant, correct?
I don't recall that testimony, but I'll believe you.
Even on your document, nobody was promoted from sergeant to the rank of lieutenant.
What document? This document you're showing him now?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were referring to his complaint.
Even with respect to your document, the one that's marked as 632, no one was promoted from the rank of sergeant to the rank of lieutenant within 10 months of moving into the supervisor's position, correct?
No, that says Tim McCormick was 9 months, 27 days. Jason Ford, 10 months. Bill Sanchez, 10 months.
It says did you use the, well, sir, Jim Bianchi was a sergeant for 6 years and 7 months, correct? Well,
I
let me
don't
step
know.
back. Turn to page 634. Okay. You didn't create exhibit 634, correct?
No, I have not.
And do you understand, do you know what the SOs, the special orders, refer to?
Yes,
Okay. You have any reason to dispute any of the special orders that are identified on page 634?
no,
You have any personal knowledge about the contents of the special orders?
no, I don't.
How long had you been a sergeant?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm sorry. You've been a sergeant since 21, correct?
Yes,
And you wanted to be promoted to a sergeant in 22, or I'm sorry, in 23, correct?
to lieutenant?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you review for the arbitrator's purposes what a special order is?
It's designating a movement from one duty or assignment to another duty assignment.
Made by the chief?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Or his deputy chief, but by administration personnel.
Do you have any reason to dispute that Jim Bianchi was a sergeant for 6 years and 7 months?
No,
Any reason to dispute that Tim McCormick was a sergeant for 2 years and 6 months?
no,
Any reason to dispute that Tom Hottinger was a sergeant for 4 years and 3 months?
no,
Any reason to dispute that Jason Ford was a sergeant for 8 years and 2 months?
no,
Any reason to dispute that Phil Glacier was a sergeant for 2 years and 4 months?
no,
And I believe, it's like that. And that date is accurate. April 12th, 2021 is the date you were promoted to sergeant, correct?
yes.
Sir, in this investigation, you asserted that the department had a history of officers displaying racially inappropriate comments and actions, but they were not disciplined.
Correct.
Where did you base your statement or knowledge that they did not receive discipline?
From what I believe to be true,
What is the basis of your belief?
the information within the agency,
What information within the agency?
talking to other officers, knowledge of it, being an employee here while it occurred.
So did you review anybody's personnel files?
No,
Did you talk to any of the people that you thought engaged in this behavior to ask them whether they were disciplined?
no,
And you were a union representative, correct?
yes,
And were you ever asked to represent any of these individuals during any disciplinary interviews?
I don't believe so.
In fact, you were interviewed as part of some of these investigations, correct?
Yes,
And you identified individuals that were witnesses to this supposed discriminatory conduct, correct?
yes.
And can we go off the record for a second?
Sure.
You were involved in an investigation with respect to Officer A that was off the record, correct?
Yes,
You identified individuals that purportedly witnessed that interaction, correct?
yes,
And those individuals were interviewed, correct?
that's my understanding.
And those individuals indicated that your statements were inaccurate and that they never witnessed any of those discriminatory.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Get the last part of that. Never witnessed any of those discriminatory.
Statements.
Thank you.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
I heard the testimony to that, but that was the first time I heard of that.
Can we go off for one more second? Officer A, you had identified officers C, D, and E as individuals that had knowledge with respect to some comments and slurs that were made, correct?
I don't recall. I don't.
As to foundation, as to when he provided these witness lists.
Sure.
Yeah,
Would be during an internal investigation in October of 2019. Do you remember that investigation?
Yes.
And you remember that you were interviewed?
Yes.
And you remember that you gave the identity of individuals who supposedly witnessed something, correct?
Yes, but I believe there's one missing,
Okay,
the one that I recall.
okay. And you also indicated during that investigation that there was some sort of audio tape, correct?
Videotape.
Videotape.
Yes.
And that was supposed to substantiate the claims made of discrimination, correct?
Yes.
And as a result of that investigation, those individuals or witnesses did not substantiate the claim.
That's the testimony I heard. It's the first I heard about that.
And when you're talking about testimony that you heard, you're talking about the contents of the internal investigation, correct?
The testimony from the village manager. That was the first time I heard about that.
And you knew you knew there was an investigation that went on in 2019, correct?
Yes, that I knew.
Okay. So your testimony today is you didn't understand that the witnesses you identified did not corroborate your statements?
Correct.
And you heard the village manager testify that at the time he made the decision about whether to terminate your employment, he was aware that people did not corroborate your claims of discrimination, correct?
That's what I heard, yes.
Fair to say the village manager is entitled to rely on those investigations, right?
Yes.
And with respect to Officer A, that investigation was also conducted by Chief McCarthy, correct?
I don't believe so, because I was interviewed by Chief Mitchell,
Okay, so,
or Deputy Chief Mitchell at the time.
okay, so Deputy Chief Mitchell was the deputy chief under Chief McCarthy?
Yes.
And you have any reason to believe that Deputy Chief Mitchell would not be true and accurate in the investigation he conducted?
Actually, I do, yes.
You never brought any concerns regarding that investigation to anyone's attention, correct?
No.
No,
That-
that's-
correct, I did not bring it to anybody's attention.
And with respect to Officer B, that was the other incident regarding alleged discriminatory conduct, correct?
Yes.
And that individual was on the sergeant's list at the time, correct?
Yes.
And that individual was also the subject of an anonymous complaint, correct?
That's what my understanding is based on the testimony, yes.
Well, you understood that at the time that an anonymous complaint had been sent, correct?
I don't recall specifically being told that.
I'm not asking, okay. And you understand that that individual, Officer B, was passed over for promotion, correct?
That's what I had heard, yes.
He was passed over promotion more than one time, correct?
I don't know how many times.
And you don't know the ultimate results of that investigation, do you?
I don't.
So you don't know if there was a finding that there was no discriminatory conduct that occurred, correct?
Correct.
And if you were to, and is it your position that well, officers A, B, C, and D, and E are all peers to you, correct?
Well, Officer B is a senior, outranked me at the time. The other two were, so let me think here. At the time, yes, at the time, we were all peers.
Okay, so when you say peers, they were all, patrol officers, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so your complaints were against your peers and their conduct, correct?
They weren't complaints, they were statements made as a witness when asked about my knowledge.
And those were statements made against your peers and their conduct, correct?
I had to answer them truthfully, so yes,
When you're a patrol officer, what rank do you have?
just patrol officer,
Just
sir.
called patrol
Yes,
officer?
sir.
Okay.
Or a police officer.
Do you know that you were identified as someone who was in that investigation because you had been talking about that conduct in the workplace?
Sorry, can you
Sure,
clarify that?
do you understand that you were identified as a witness because you had been talking in the department about that conduct?
I do now, yes.
And in that investigation, you were not the complaining party, you were a witness, correct?
Correct.
You never brought that conduct that you were aware of to anyone's attention, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, you never went to HR or anything else, correct?
I did not, correct.
Lieutenant Stotner's Caucasian, correct?
Yes.
There's no money attached to this acting patrol division commander, correct?
Correct.
And the individual that would be in this acting patrol division commander position, they were a point of contact, correct?
Yes.
And the individual, so this would be in Commander Lee's absence, correct?
Correct.
And Commander Lee is obviously, has a higher rank than lieutenants, correct?
Correct.
If you were to serve as the acting patrol division commander, your rank was sergeant, correct?
It would be sergeant, yes.
Okay. And if you were serving in that capacity, you would be put in a position of having to give orders to individuals of higher rank than you, correct?
So I'm not sure, actually. I don't think anybody's sure about that. It was murky at best for everybody.
Well, sir, you were a sergeant, correct?
Correct.
And there were people that were lieutenants that worked each shift, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if there was information that you needed to, or something you needed to do with respect to your position or acting as the acting patrol division commander, you'd have to give that order or direction to a lieutenant, correct?
Yes.
Lieutenant Zelikowski told you that you were not in command meetings because you were not a lieutenant, correct?
No, I believe that was Commander Lee.
So if Lieutenant Zelikowski reported that he told you that you were not in command meetings because you were not a lieutenant, would he be lying too?
No, I don't remember him ever saying that to me, though.
As part of this investigation, did you indicate that you were assigned to work the mall? And you thought that that was unfair treatment?
Not the mall assignment, but the duty assigned for a specific incident.
Okay, so and your testimony was that there were 2 supervisors at the mall and there's never 2 supervisors at the mall, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna show you, before I mark it, I'm gonna show you a document. You know what that is?
This is the lab tech scheduling.
Is this for, does this indicate that, who was working the mall detail?
Yes, on January 1st, 2023.
I'm gonna mark this, I don't know what number we're on, 22? 21.
We had another one today that I forgot about, but in the beginning, I just marked one was 19, one was 20, so I think this is 21.
Okay. I don't think I gave you anything else, right?
Thank you. A lab tech, A-L-D-T-E-C, a lab tech, it's the name of the scheduling system.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, what date was this that you said this document, Village Exhibit 21, referred to?
It's dated Sunday, January 1, 2023.
Okay, and Timothy O'Connell is identified on this retail, the mall schedule, correct?
Yes,
And he's a supervisor, correct?
yes,
And Carrie Kelly Valen is identified as working this mall detail, correct?
yes,
And she's also a supervisor, correct?
yes.
When you say working at the mall, is that that big mall I pass on LaGrange Avenue?
Yes, sir, east of
Oh,
us.
that way, okay, that way, okay.
There was also some issue about a paddle holster, correct?
Yes,
And you, I believe your complaint was that Deputy Chief West told you that you couldn't wear a paddle holster, correct?
yes,
And I believe that at some point he had told Lieutenant Statner that he could wear a paddle holster, correct?
yes.
And that was before he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, or I'm sorry, lieutenant, correct?
For Lieutenant Stetner? Yes.
Yeah. And there was also a directive that was sent out to the entire department about the fact that if you're not a lieutenant, you couldn't wear paddle holsters, correct?
At some point, I believe there was.
Okay. So that limitation applied to other members in addition to you, correct?
After the fact, but yeah, yes.
Are you done with this 21?
Yes.
Oh, you want to move that?
Oh, yes, I would move into evidence, Exhibit 21.
I would object. This is I don't, yeah, I mean, we asked for all their exhibits on this. I don't even, I mean, this is the first time we're seeing this, and it appears to be possibly a time when he was on admin leave.
In January of 23?
Okay, you're right. Yeah, so I don't know what the relevance is on it.
Yeah, well, as I've said a few times, the arbitrator decides what's relevant, and so I'll accept it to the record. VOP Exhibit number 21 is officially accepted into the record of this case.
You reviewed the investigation report prior to your testimony, correct?
Yes,
And you reviewed all of the exhibits prior to your testimony, correct?
Yes.
The general orders speak to the number of lieutenants that are budgeted in the department, correct?
I would have to review it. I'm not certain of that.
Okay. So you don't know how many lieutenant positions were budgeted in 22, 23, or 24?
I don't.
And while you were employed at the Village of Orland Park, you had no responsibilities for preparing the budget, correct?
Correct.
And you had no responsibilities while you were employed by the Village of Orland Park for making decisions with respect to the number of individuals that would hold a particular rank, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no personal knowledge as to when the budget is prepared by the police department, correct?
Correct.
You never applied for the rank of lieutenant, correct?
I was prohibited from by being placed on admin leave when it was available.
Prior to being placed on admin leave, you never applied for the rank of lieutenant, correct?
There was no application process.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So there, under Chief Rossi, there was an application process for the rank of lieutenant?
Yes, they changed the policy under Chief Rossi after my complaint to require an application and interview process for open lieutenant positions.
When did you make that complaint?
I didn't make a complaint. I just said the village
Well,
changed
after
it.
the, after
After
you
I filed my
it?
complaint.
Okay,
Yes.
so after you filed, so at some point in time in 2020, do you know what year it was, 23 or 24?
Probably the end of 23, maybe beginning of 24.
Okay, so at some point, end of 23, early 24, Chief Rossi notified members of the department that there was an open position for the rank of lieutenant, correct?
2 open positions, correct.
2 open positions, okay. And those 2 open positions, were those in the patrol division?
No,
Where were they?
investigations and the internal affairs.
Okay, so the patrol division lieutenants, those positions were filled, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So, I'm sorry, internal affairs and investigations.
yes,
And that was as a result of people retiring or leaving the department?
yes, separation in some capacity.
Okay. Fair to say that prior to 2023, so Chief Rossi, let me strike that, Chief Rossi created some sort of a promotional testing process?
I believe the village created it.
You have no personal knowledge as to whose idea that was, correct?
I don't.
And you have no idea, you have no personal knowledge about who created that testing process, correct?
No, I don't.
And fair to say that it's a fair way to go is to test people to see who is the most qualified for an open position, correct?
I would object, calls for speculation. You know, we're getting a little far afield. I don't think he's been ever charged with any of this line of questioning. It has nothing to do with what he's charged with.
Are you an expert in this area,
I'm
promotion?
not, sir, I'm sorry. I'm not an expert in this
I mean,
area.
I can rephrase.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. When you complained about the FTO program, you thought that should be opened up to the entire department, correct?
Well, the policy said it had to be.
When you complained about the selection of Ken to go to FTO school, you thought it should be open to the entire department, correct?
Yeah, I thought the policy should be followed.
And you thought that was a fair way to go, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And now Chief Rossi and the department opened up the promotional process to anyone qualified to apply for lieutenant, correct?
I would object. This assumes facts and not evidence, and I object to the relevance of this line of questioning.
This came from his answer. He's the one that told me there was a competitive promotional process.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and answer that if you can.
There was a competitive promotional process for the 2 open lieutenant positions, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you think that that's a fair way to go to select the most qualified position, correct?
If it was done fairly.
You have any reason to believe, well, you have no personal knowledge as to how it was done, correct?
Correct, but I believe it was all internal.
Oh, you think that they should have gone outside the village to hire lieutenants?
No, the selection process, the interview panel,
And you have no personal knowledge of that selection process, correct?
I know it was done from members of the human resources, the people that a lot of these witnesses provided complaints to.
Okay.
So to that respect, the answer is no, I don't believe, from what I do know about it, that it was not done externally. It was done in front of a panel of the chief, the deputy chief, and the human resources director, to whom all of these witnesses were complainants to. I don't believe that was fair, in my opinion.
So you think the human resources director is unfair as well?
I believe it's, in my opinion, I don't know how you could be biased,
How you could,
unfairly, how you can be impartial, I'm sorry.
okay, so if you believe that the chief is impartial and the deputy chief is impartial and the human resources personnel is impartial, then it stands to reason that the decision maker in your case should be the village manager, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Yeah, I think you used the wrong, you kept saying impartial. I don't think you meant that. You meant partial, right?
Meant partial, correct.
Yeah, you
If
used, you said impartial 3 times. and
Oh,
that's-
sorry.
Yeah.
If you don't think that the chief can be impartial, or the deputy chief can be impartial, or the HR director can be impartial, then it's fair that the village manager should make the decision on your employment status, correct?
There's an objection on that. I mean, it's just speculation on your part if you want to. Do you have an answer? Can you answer that or not?
I can't answer that, no.
Okay.
You never heard Deputy Chief West, well, strike that. You never heard Brian West call you anything to your face, correct?
No.
And what I mean by that is, he never made any derogatory statements to you, to your face.
I believe this has been asked and answered.
I don't think, oh, you know what? Never mind, I'll withdraw it. Deputy Chief West never issued you any discipline, correct?
I don't believe he has, no.
When Chief Rossi took the position as chief, well, strike that. You're aware that Lieutenant Stotner wanted an opportunity to move up in the ranks, correct?
I don't know that, no.
If Deputy Chief West retired, Commander Lee would be one of the individuals who would be eligible for that appointment to the deputy chief role, correct?
Yes?
After filing the complaint with the village, let me start that. Around the time you filed the complaint with the village regarding the subject matter of these proceedings, you also filed complaints with the Illinois Department of Human Rights and the EEOC, correct?
Yes,
And I believe there's also been complaints filed with the Illinois Labor Relations Board, correct?
that's my understanding, yes.
And those complaints have been filed on your behalf?
Yes,
And you've never gone back and corrected any of the statements in either the IDHR charge or the EEOC charge, correct?
not correct.
So you amended your charges,
I did.
or did you file additional charges?
Well, both amended and filed new charges for a
So what-
December 14th incident.
What provisions did you withdraw?
I had changed language from discrimination to concerns.
You changed the language in the EEOC and IDHR charges from discrimination to concerns?
Regarding the 2019 complaint,
So you no longer think it was discrimination? Is that
no,
your
I do,
understanding?
but I'm just keeping the records accurate. I'd realized that back in 2019, it was never said discrimination by me to Chief McCarthy, either in writing or in person. Having knowledge of Deputy Chief West telling people it was EEOC based, which was discrimination based. When I filed my 2023 narrative with the IDHR, I used the word discrimination based on believing that it was maybe classified that way. When this investigation began, and I saw that 2019 email that I sent to Chief McCarthy, is when I then realized that it was never said discrimination. So to keep the IDHR accurate and that investigation with the IDHR accurate, I corrected that complaint with them prior to, I believe it was on February 12th.
That's when you filed an additional complaint, or you amended it?
I amended it. I also filed additional complaints for the actual termination. And I also filed a complaint for a December 14th, 2023 isolation order from the deputy chief against me.
Isolation order.
Yes,
Are you talking about the order that you and Lieutenant Stetner should not spend work time talking about non-work matters?
I know what you're talking about, but that's not what was told to me.
Well, sir, the information that came to you was from Commander Lee, correct?
Yes,
Okay. So you're relying on Commander Lee's interpretation of the order from Deputy Chief West in order for your statement of isolation?
I'm relying on Commander Lee's order to me through the chain of command from Deputy Chief Brian West to me.
Okay, and this is the same individual who you testified told you that orders that came from Deputy Chief West or Chief Rossi were, quote, silly, quote, correct?
Yes,
And it's your testimony that Commander Lee told you that Deputy Chief West wanted you isolated from other members of the department?
the order was given that I'm not allowed to talk to anybody in the department unless it's work-related matters.
That's Commander Lee's interpretation of Brian West's order, correct?
He told me that is what was told to him verbatim.
Did you ever hear Brian West give that order?
No, Deputy Chief West had not spoken to me since I filed my complaint in May of 2023.
You did not hear Brian West give you that order, correct?
Correct.
And Lieutenant Stotner was also told that he should not spend work time engaging in non-business related activities, correct?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he was issued a similar order until he went to the chief and clarified it, and then it was rescinded for him.
Well, sir, you were both told that you shouldn't sit in Lieutenant Stotner's office in the dark talking, correct?
Not correct, it was my office. And it wasn't in the dark, I had lights on in there.
And fair to say that Lieutenant Stotner, in response to that investigation, said that he spends time talking to members of his former patrol and may spend time engaging in personal activities while on duty, correct?
I don't know what he said.
fair to say that when you're at work, you're supposed to be working, correct?
Yes, but we all socialize. It's common practice.
And
In
when-
fact, we're encouraged to socialize with each other.
And when that socializing time gets to be excessive, it's a supervisor's responsibility to address it, correct?
Yes, but it was not excessive. It was a work-related matter we were meeting about that I was directed to meet with him about.
That's your perspective on that meeting, correct?
No, that was the meeting. It was
The
about an
meeting was-
overtime detail.
Correct. Lieutenant Stotner didn't want to work the overtime detail at the mall, correct?
He had come to me with questions about it.
Okay, and that conversation with respect to that overtime detail took approximately, what, 30 seconds?
No, it took longer than that.
How many minutes do you think that took?
I don't know, a couple minutes.
Okay.
He had questions about it. I answered the questions.
It's your testimony today that this order was given to you because you spent less than 5 minutes talking to Lieutenant Stotner about an overtime detail? Is that your testimony today? I just want to make sure I
Sure,
understand.
I'm going to clarify. I don't know how long I spent with him. It was brief. I told Commander Lee that he doesn't want the detail. And we talked probably some personal stuff for a few minutes after that, and that was the end of it.
And it's your testimony today that Commander Lee used the word isolate you, correct?
No, that's what I'm referring to it as, because that's what it felt like.
And Commander Rosinski was the one that had to address Lieutenant Stotner's conduct, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, and Lieutenant Rosinski also sent a memo to all members of the investigations unit telling them that they're supposed to be engaged in business activities during work time, correct?
That's the first I'm hearing about this now.
Possible that it happened, correct?
It's possible.
Yeah, and that would then mean that you weren't the only one that was addressed, but the entire investigations unit was addressed, correct?
I would object. This is speculation as to what other people would have known.
You know what? He's coming in here making a complaint that he was isolated and in effect retaliated against. And it's based on nothing, and it's based on a other union member and his friend's description of it, which we've already got testimony in the record is inaccurate. So to be hanging on the village, the fact that they're retaliating against him is founded on nothing. It's founded on nothing other than some sort of speculative belief from his friend.
She's asking him questions regarding whether another unit is what they know and what he knew when he made the accusation. What's clear from his testimony, he had no idea what those other people knew, and now she's asking him what's possible. That's not the criteria here. The criteria is if it's made in bad faith, and if it's not, if it's possible.
Well,
That's my objection.
I personally think I've heard enough about this, but if you have to ask him a couple more questions about this, you can. But if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know.
I think I'll move on.
Thank you.
Actually, I'd like to take, if I could I take a break?
Sure. You want to take a short break or a longer break?
Let's take about 15 minutes.
Take a 15-minute break. We'll resume in about.
Let me talk to these guys and I'll let you know. Okay. Yeah, understand. I'm sorry.
Is that the one I've already got or not? So. I didn't think so, yeah, because I think I'd let. So what am I going to call 22? Number 22 is accepted into the record of this case. And I'll get a copy later.
Sir, turn your attention to Exhibit 12 in the book.
So we're back in the record?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, sure.
Thank you. I think it's 1254.
Thank you. Thank you.
So just turning your attention to base page 1254, 1255, and 1256. These are text message communication, oh, I'm sorry, it's the entire Village Exhibit 12. Village Exhibit 12 are text messages that you were involved in, correct?
Yes.
And this is where you refer to someone as a snake, correct?
Yes.
And it also, you say that you don't trust that individual, correct?
Yes.
And you're not offended by people using your nickname Dirt or Dirty, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't believe I asked him the question about being offended.
I don't think so either. Go ahead, you can answer it.
No, that doesn't offend me.
You were surprised to learn that Deputy Chief West recommended you for the promotion to the traffic unit supervisor position, correct?
Yeah, I am surprised about that.
And that interview panel that you talked about for the promotion to the rank of lieutenant, there was an assessment center for that promotion, correct?
I
You don't know.
don't know.
You know that there were different members, including the Public Works Director and the Finance Director, that were involved in that decision-making?
No, I didn't know that. Okay.
Sir, turn your attention to Village Exhibit 5, please. Village Exhibit number 5 is the pre-disciplinary document that was given to you prior to your meeting with the village manager, correct?
Yes.
And the collective bargaining agreement provides that you have to be provided with the reasons for a disciplinary decision, correct?
Yes.
And a Village Exhibit 5 provides you with the reasons for the action the village was taking, correct?
I would object. It calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, you could maybe ask it a little bit different way if you want, but there are.
There are reasons contained in Village Exhibit 5, correct?
Yes.
And let's go through them. So, the village manager indicates that there was an investigation conducted, correct?
Yes.
He indicates that there were 16 witnesses that were interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And he identifies the allegations.
I would have
that
just
were-
objected. The document speaks for itself.
The document does speak for itself, but if it's important enough, you need to ask about it, go ahead.
Okay. So, and he gave you a list of bullet pointed questions, or bullet points with respect to why he was considering the decision that he was considering, discipline against you, correct?
Yes.
And first one is that Deputy Chief West discriminated you in 2019. As you sit here today, you understand that it's a false statement that Deputy Chief West discriminated you in 2019, correct?
No, I don't think it was false.
Okay, so as you sit here today, you think that he discriminated against you in 2019 for scheduling in the traffic unit, correct?
As I sit here now, I do feel that way, yes.
Okay. And Mr. Crisquero said that it was a false, so let me strike that. It's a false statement that you were guaranteed a promotion to the rank of lieutenant as traffic unit supervisor. Is that?
I
That's all?
wholeheartedly disagree with that also.
Okay, so as you sit here today, it's your testimony that Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West guaranteed you promotion to the rank of lieutenant, correct?
That was my understanding of that conversation when I was told you will go in as a sergeant. When Phil retires, you'll be promoted to lieutenant.
As you sit here today, you understand that your comments about being guaranteed a promotion are false, correct?
I disagree with that. I took it as a guarantee.
And you understand today that that the allegation that you were denied a promotion to the rank of lieutenant because of your national origin is false.
I don't agree with that.
Well, sir, you have presented no information that anything was done because of your national origin.
I would object to that, misstates his testimony, and it places places the burden on the union to prove the allegations. We're not here to provide any to prove their case. We're here that's not the burden of the union. So I think, and also it's an appropriate line of questioning.
Well, personally, I think this document number 5 is an important document. I'm going to read this carefully when I come to making my decision. And
I believe he has provided evidence, he's provided that he's acted in good faith, and that's what we're here for.
yeah, and I agree with that too. There's certainly something you can ask him questions about or put in your brief as well. But I think if Yvette wants to ask him these questions, I'm going to let her ask the questions. I think this is important.
Well, your counsel said you acted in good faith, right?
Yes.
That's your testimony.
Yes.
And you've described for us during these proceedings, in your testimony, what that good faith was based on, correct?
Part and part, yes.
Well, sir, you provided the village with the basis for the good faith basis. I'm sorry, you provided the village with information regarding the good faith basis for your complaint of national origin discrimination, correct?
Throughout the process, yes.
Okay. And you've testified about all that information today, correct?
Not all of it, no.
Well, sir, other than the fact of your national origin, there's nothing that connects the decision to give you the lieutenant's position in the traffic unit to your national origin.
You mean to withhold it?
Yes.
I can elaborate to collective actions that I wasn't asked about.
Sir, there's nothing, other than the fact, it's the fact. Chief Rossi never made statements about your national origin, correct?
Correct.
And Deputy Chief West never made any statements about your national origin, correct?
Correct.
And you testified about the rumors and information that you were provided and your understandings based upon what occurred, correct?
Correct.
So have you provided all the information about your national origin, correct?
I was object. This sort of states the requirement on the person making a complaint. The person making a complaint doesn't have to provide a full-blown investigation or even substantiate according to their own rules. So I think this is it misstates the requirement of the person who is making a complaint regarding discrimination to actually provide for substantiation.
Mm-hmm. I've been, go ahead if you want to say something.
Let me rephrase. You received the document that's been marked Village Exhibit 5, correct?
Yes.
And you were given an opportunity to speak to George Crisquero, correct?
I would not call it an opportunity, no.
So you were present in a meeting with George Crisquero, correct?
Correct.
And it was after you were given Exhibit 5, correct?
It was while the investigation was still ongoing, is what I was told.
Sir, you met with George Crisquero after you received a copy of Exhibit 5, correct?
It's part of the investigation. Yes.
Okay, so you received a copy of Exhibit 5? Is that a
Correct.
yes?
That's a yes.
And then you went, and then you were given the opportunity to meet with Village Manager George Kaswara, correct?
Is this during the Zoom meeting?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And you were present physically with George Kaswara, correct? Or were you in a Zoom meeting?
No, we were in a Zoom meeting.
Okay, so you were given an opportunity to meet with him, correct?
Via Zoom.
And you had an attorney with you?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew that Mr. Kaswara believed the denial of your promotion to the rank of lieutenant because of your national origin was false, right?
Based on a document, yes.
Okay. During that Zoom meeting, you presented no information to Mr. Kaswara to contradict that testimony, correct?
Correct. It was said it was an ongoing investigation at that meeting, that you guys are still investigating it.
Sir, this document tells you that he's about to make a decision, correct?
That's why it didn't make sense to us, because that's what the document says, but then I believe it was you who stated it was an ongoing
So
investigation.
you're, really?
That's my recollection.
Okay, so your recollection is different from the paper that was given to you and marked as Exhibit 5, correct?
I'm not
That's-
disagreeing with the paper. I'm
Okay, so the
disagreeing.
paper, excuse me, sir, here's the question. Paper says you're directed to appear and respond to the above charges. Do you see that? It's on base page 1464.
Yes.
Okay. To respond to the above charges.
Yes.
Okay. What information did you provide Mr. Kaswara at that meeting to show that the allegation that you were denied the promotion to the rank of lieutenant was based on your national origin?
There was none.
Okay. What information did you provide at that meeting to Mr. Kaswara that the allegation that all traffic unit supervisors that were promoted to the rank of lieutenant remained in the rank of lieutenant and as traffic unit supervisors?
Well, it was in the report. It said that.
Sir, did you provide Mr. Kaswara any information to contradict that allegation at the meeting you were given with him?
No, the report contradicted that.
Sir, did you provide any information to Mr. Kaswara during the meeting that contradicted the allegation that he thought that allegation was false?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay.
I don't know if you're going to go through all these or not, but it sounds like something you're going to write in your brief, and I think it would be, if that's, I mean, basically, the document speaks for itself. I'll read it carefully. I think I've heard what he's going to say. I mean, you can ask him these questions about all these different bullet points here, and I'm pretty sure I know what he's going to say. I think you do too. I'm just trying to maybe see if we can move this along a little bit.
Understand. Sir, you provided no information to Mr. Kaswara during that opportunity that you had to meet with him via Zoom, correct?
Correct.
Thank
And you were represented by a lawyer at that time, correct?
Yes, it was.
And that includes contradicting the conclusions of the investigations in 2019. You provided him with no information regarding those two investigations that he referenced in Exhibit 5 as well, correct?
I had no information to provide.
As you sit here today, you believe that all of the allegations you made in the investigative report are correct and truthful, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that you are making allegations of discrimination and retaliation against Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West, correct?
Yes.
And you've testified regarding the information you received that were the basis for the allegations you were making against him, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you understand that the allegations of discrimination are serious allegations, correct?
I do.
Ask and
And you
answer.
understand that the allegations of retaliation are serious allegations, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that those allegations could be career-ending, correct?
For whom?
For Chief Rossi or for Deputy Chief West, correct?
Well, they're not terminated. I was terminated.
Correct, but when you were making those allegations of discrimination, you were seeking that the village would do something in response to those allegations, correct?
To stop it is
You
what
were
my
seeking
request was,
for the village to do something, correct?
to stop it,
And
yes.
one of the possibilities for the village was a termination of employment, correct?
That's not my determination. I have
But
no
the
power.
village would make that decision, correct?
Objection calls for speculation as to what the village would do.
Okay.
I didn't say, ask him what the village would do. Let me rephrase. One
Okay.
of the potential consequences of making an allegation of discrimination or harassment is termination of employment, correct?
I would object, again, calls for speculation as to the possibilities of what and it lacks foundation as to if he even knows.
Yeah.
He's testified all he wanted was to stop.
Yeah, you did testify that what you wanted to stop, but do you know what the possibilities are for the different things that could happen?
Everything is possible, sir. Everything is possible.
So
Everything's possible.
termination is possible, correct?
Yes.
And so it's incumbent upon you to ensure that your allegations are truthful, correct?
Objection, misstates the law on this. It's not incumbent, it's incumbent on him to provide a good faith basis.
Well, that's the argument you're gonna make in your brief.
Yep, that's an argument for a brief too.
So it's my understanding that my complaints are based on a good faith belief and the feelings for that action. And I felt and believed then, now, that it was an absolute good faith complaint and allegation,
So based upon those feelings and beliefs, you made the complaint, correct?
as ordered by the chief of police, yes.
Well, sir, he told you.
He ordered me.
And it's incumbent upon the village of Orland Park to make their determination based upon the documents and records that it has, correct?
And again, objection calls for speculation as to what's incumbent upon on the village.
I'll withdraw the question. And you don't believe that you need to do any due diligence before you make a complaint, correct?
That's not correct.
Your feelings and beliefs are sufficient, correct?
And my experiences,
Okay. Fair to say that not all the bad things that happen to you are based upon your national origin, correct?
I don't know.
So you think it's possible, correct?
Sure, it's possible. Anything's, as I stated, anything's possible.
And in fact, that's your belief that anything that bad happens to you is related to your national origin, correct?
Not necessarily. If you have an example, I can answer it.
Your feelings are not evidence, correct?
That's not for me to determine.
Your feelings are not reality, correct?
The reality to me,
So you believe your feelings are evidence as well, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, I think it was asked.
Your feelings are subjective, correct?
Objection relevance and
You can ask a question about, you know what that means, subjective?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay.
my feelings are my feelings.
They're subjective.
To you, to me, they're my feelings.
Do you believe they're objective?
Well, if that's the way I feel, sure, they're objective to me. If I feel that way, I feel that way.
Okay. So you believe your feelings are objective
To me,
to you?
my feelings are how I feel. I don't believe respectfully that you nor anybody else can tell me I don't feel a certain way, given my experiences, given my knowledge, given what I see here and live through.
And those feelings are the basis of your complaint against Chief Rossi and Deputy Chief West, correct?
In part, building that picture, yes.
have nothing further.
Few questions on redirect, okay.
Mr. Sanchez, with regards to your nickname, Dirty Sanchez, you're agreeing to that nickname or not making a complaint about that nickname. Do you believe it authorizes anybody to discriminate you based on heritage?
No, and that is a nickname I have not heard for years.
Does it authorize anybody to, who has power over your career to discriminate against you?
No.
With regards to Stetner, did you know that Stetner was not allowed in the commanders' meetings when you made your complaint to Regina Early?
No, I had not.
Council asked you about a guaranteeing of a time as to when you make lieutenant. And you stated, no, you were not guaranteed a time. But you were guaranteed that you would make lieutenant when Glacier retired, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And did Glacier retire?
Yes, he did.
And he retired on a specific date, correct?
Yes.
And when he retired, were you made lieutenant?
No, I wasn't.
With regards to, the council had showed you a document of other people who had been sergeants for periods of time. Outside of the traffic safety unit, other divisions where people have gone into their new assignments in other divisions, were people promoted in those positions during a short period of time, less than a year?
Objection, speculation, foundation.
Do you know anything about that?
I do, sir.
Okay, go ahead and answer the question.
I have direct knowledge of it. Some people were promoted. I can give you examples, but there are some people that were moved into a duty role that was occupied by a lieutenant, designated or held by a lieutenant rank, and they were promoted within 6 months in one case. And the others, as most recently as Lieutenant Kelly Vellman and Lieutenant Fitzgibbon, both Lieutenant Fitzgibbons, it was immediate promotion.
And so they didn't have to wait a period of time to get promoted to lieutenant. When they were promoted to that position, they made lieutenant, correct?
One sergeant was a 6-month waiting period.
Are all these individuals that you named, are they Caucasian?
One is not.
Okay. And, but they've all been promoted, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to, to the lieutenant position, strike that. With regards to the complaint regarding, back where we were talking about A, B, C, D, E, we identified these individuals.
Yes.
One of the individuals, and again, you were a witness to was there an investigation involving these individuals?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And specifically with regards to Officer B, that officer was involved in a blackface incident, correct?
Correct.
And that officer was, in fact, he's Caucasian, correct?
Yes.
And he was caught wearing blackface, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Jack, can we go off the record for a second?
Yes, we can go off the record.
Situation, the complaint about, you never made a complaint about the treatment that you received during this small detail in the complaint you made to Regina Early, did you?
No, I didn't. And it was not the mall detail assignment. It was the duty that I was assigned at the mall is what my complaint or my information given to Mr. Lee was about.
So it was that complaint regarding you, the treatment you may have received on a small detail, that was made during the interview you had with Jimmy Lee, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have, when you asked, and what did he say to you that prompted you to provide that complaint? Or that issue, or bring up the mall detail?
Jimmy Lee, the investigator, had asked me for other examples of mistreatment, and that's how that was introduced.
And did you, with regards to, did you have Village Exhibit 21 in front of you when you gave that to him?
No, this was, I was interviewed in June of 2023. 2023. When was I interviewed? I think it was June of 23, and I did not have this then.
Okay. With regards to your using the word snake to, regarding somebody, have you ever used that term with regards to people you have control of their career with?
No, nor would I.
If you can just give me a moment, I'm going to talk to co-counsel.
Sure.
Can we go take a break? Nothing further.
Thank you. Anything further on cross-examination?
Can I have a moment?
Yeah.
Sir, the position that Carrie Kelly Vallon has, that was the TRT lieutenant's position, correct?
TDR?
TDR, sorry.
Yes.
Yes. So that was a lieutenant's rank. It was a designated lieutenant's rank prior to her holding that position, correct?
A cause for speculation, if you know.
You know?
I do know.
What? Go ahead.
Yes, it was.
Okay. And Fitzgibbons, what position, what lieutenant's position was she appointed to?
Investigations.
Okay, and that was as a result of this assessment center that was done recently?
Yes.
Okay, and the investigations lieutenant position had been designated a lieutenant's position prior to Fitzgibbons going into that position, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they were not created positions for these individuals, they already existed, correct?
Yes.
So I'm a little confused here now. This Carrie Kelly Vallon, is she Lieutenant TDR admin or is she investigations lieutenant?
it is confusing. Lieutenant Kelly Vallon is the current Training Development Review Lieutenant. However, it's an administration position.
So that's the one that's like at the top of this charter? Like
Yes,
this?
correct.
Okay, okay, got it, thank you.
You're welcome.
And is there a different person who's the investigations lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
That's Lieutenant Christina Fitzgibbon.
So, sir, turning your attention to Joint Exhibit 23,
Thank you.
those lieutenant positions that the arbitrator was asking about, those are already on this organizational chart, correct?
Yes.
Okay. There's 3 patrol lieutenants, and then there's a lieutenant of investigations, and then the lieutenant for TDR, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know what an assessment center is, correct?
I do.
Could you describe for the arbitrator what an assessment center is?
It's a panel you go in front of. They ask you some questions, maybe give you some scenarios, and they judge your capabilities for a certain duty and assignment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So for promotions and stuff like that?
Or promotions or movements, depending on what the criteria is for that, given to that assessment center.
I have nothing, no.
We have nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much. You step down?
Can I sit there
Yep.
again?
You can go sit right there again, yep. You're the grievant, you can stay the entire time.
What should I do with these?
Sure. You guys can take a short break before you go? We're good to go? You need a break?
I don't know, what are you taking? No, the documents. There, stay here.
Leave it at the table, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yvette, anybody need a break over there? Okay, we can just go to the next witness.
Okay. Should I go get a water? You think you're
Arbitrator wanted to state that the union has rested, and so Mr. Carlson is not going to serve as a witness. So I've asked to have all that testimony from Mr. Carlson stricken from the record. And then basically, okay, let's go off the record for a second now. I think so the next thing we're going to do is set a briefing schedule. What the arbitrator would like to say is that what I usually do with my assistant, this is a FMCS case, so basically you get 60 days from the date that you close the record, which is the date you receive both the briefs. And what I've been doing is, like, most of my time, my awards come out in 45 days. In fact, I have a schedule. I tell Sarah to show me the different cases. Give me the 60-day and the 45-day. And I sent her home because we got a case that has to go out. It's going out today. It's 45 days. And so that's what you can expect from me. So from Nikki, when would the transcript be available for the parties?
3 weeks.
So the transcript will be available in 3 weeks. And so today is the 11th, so it'd be 1820. The transcript would be available October 2nd. So that's the Rosh Hashanah begins at sundown if you're Jewish. So what would you like to consider in terms of time for the briefs? I know everybody's really busy. And by the way, we usually set a date, and then, if the parties tell me that I need more time, we'll extend it. And if you send your brief in early, Sarah holds on to them, and we won't cross-serve the briefs until we have both of them. No, well, 60 days was the FMCS time gives me to get my award done. You can have 30, you can have whatever time you guys need. This is a voluminous record, yeah, got a lot of stuff.
Can we do 45 days?
And that puts it at what? 35 would be the 13th, so November 22nd?
December 6th, I think I prefer. I'm out of the country the 13th.
So December 6th? Okay, so here, I'm going to read this into the record now. The parties have agreed, well, first of all, we know that they'll get the transcript in 3 weeks. The parties have agreed to submit their briefs, and I'd ask that you submit them both to myself and to my assistant, Sarah Geis. And the deadline for the submission of briefs is going to be December the 6th, 2024. If you get your brief done earlier, you can send it in, and we hold on to it until we get both briefs, and then we cross-serve the briefs. Basically, I wanted to say something also about the rebuttal possibility. The village may wish to put on a short rebuttal case, maybe not. And if they do, the parties agreed that we would do that via Zoom. And could I ask, Yvette, that you, today's the 11th, can you, would it be possible by the end of business on the 13th, a couple days from now, you let us know? So you can let us know by sending an email to attorneys and to myself. And also, if you send it to Sarah, then we'll know that. And if you want to do that, then we'll have to, coordinate our schedules for a couple hour session or something like that. Anybody have any other questions? Yes.
No, Mr.
Oh,
Arbitrator.
another question. So I want to say thanks a lot to our court reporter. I think that Nikki's done a really good job. I appreciate that. And also, thanks to the parties. I think I've enjoyed working with you, and you both sides did a good job, and I have a lot of stuff to look at and read, but I'll get you a good, fair decision, and I don't write 100-page decisions, by the way, so you'll probably like the fact I'm usually shorter type decisions, but because I don't repeat everything, like, I don't put 40 pages of collective bargaining contract language in my award, because you've already got that. So I thank you very much, and I think that's a wrap for the day.
Thank you.